Hello. Hi there. How's it going? How's everybody cooking? How we cooking today? How's it going? Wonderful, I assume. Hopefully. Maybe. Totally. Okay. Wow. Only 5 viewers. Maybe I started too early today? Or maybe they saw the 9:15 and they're gonna come in at 9:15. I don't know. No need to assume. So a few things happened last night, so we're gonna talk about that really quick. First off, Reishi showed that there is an alternate color of Volume 41. He's never done this, like literally ever. He's never done this. This is big. This is massive. So yeah, this is huge. That there's an alternate color of Volume 41. So let's read what he says. A mini art collection. I accidentally added comments to the illustrations. Please take care of it. When you buy Volume 41, I think when you pre-order, when you buy it, some people are assuming it's only for the blue one. I think it's for both. I think it's for both. So for this, the mini art collection that we're gonna get, it's a mini art book that you get when you purchase Volume 41. It's where he's saying like pick up the volume because you're gonna get it from there. Also, yeah, we have two of these now, so now I have to get both. Now I need to get both. Now there's an interesting backstory to this. We're not gonna get into the chapter just yet. We're not gonna get into the chapter just yet. So hold off on the spare key thing. I'll be reading the comments later, and there's one particular comment that has an interesting idea about the spare key. So we'll get into that shortly. What time is it where I'm at? It's 9 a.m. Where I am, it's 9 a.m. So, uh, first off, let's get into a little bit of backstory about this that I think is interesting. So, you guys know how a special edition of the Blue Hoodies coming out too. Both are highly recommended. So, this is interesting because there is a blue hoodie and there's a red hoodie. Now, let me share an interesting backstory with you guys. When I've mentioned this in a prior video, but for anyone who's new and doesn't know, this will be something interesting for you guys. So I have a folder. Let me get to it. There it is. So when Chizuru is first introduced, even in the anime, she's introduced in wearing blue. Like the first outfit Chizuru ever wears is blue. But the anime does this thing where they change Chizuru's second outfit to be pink. So you guys remember this outfit? Here, let me give you an image that Reiji draws it with pink later after the anime comes out. There it is. So this is the outfit Chizuru wears on the second date. This is the outfit Chizuru wears on her second date with Kazuya. This is what it looked like in the manga. This is the original coloring in the manga. It's supposed to be blue. It's not supposed to be red. But the anime does it in red. So Chizuru has this cool distinction in the anime and the manga, where in the anime she's often depicted wearing red or pink or colors like that, whereas in the manga she often wears blue. And this is a reoccurring theme with Chizuru's character, where she often wears blue, but sometimes she wears red. It's because red is her favorite color, but blue is Kazuya's favorite color. So it's kind of a cool detail like that. And Kana, the what is it? The character designer for the anime, who is a big fan of this series, had something to say about that. So let me pull it up for you. A woman who looks good in both red and blue. That's Chizuru. Damn. Peak. Yeah. Interestingly, if you go back to like the beginning of the series, like the very beginning when the series was like first coming out, you could see like how Reiji was advertising the manga. And this is why he says my girlfriend when he talks about certain things. So let me find it. So this is the first time we ever see Chizuru ever. Ideal girlfriend number one, the one who wears a white t-shirt and smiles at you and says good morning. And this is a screenshot from another time. Ideal girlfriend number 13, the girl who cooks through the kitchen, humming a tune while peeking her while we get a peek at her raw legs through her loose fitted shirt. So that was Chizuru when she was first introduced, and ever since the very beginning, he would always do it as my girlfriend. That so initially it was called the Ideal Girlfriend series, and then he would start saying my girlfriend to literally match how you would introduce a girlfriend. So you know how people will often like look at that when Kaishi posts that, it's like this is my girlfriend. They would misinterpret that as Reiji some sort of crazy person who is obsessed with this girl, but in reality, it's literally just him presenting her how Kazuya would go and present her, or this is my girlfriend, blah blah blah. Like you're literally introducing your girlfriend. So I don't know. People are always weird with that, but yeah, you guys have a little bit of backstory now as to like the idea of the colors and all that stuff. Oh yeah, here's another special thing. This is actually insanely hard to find, but I somehow found it. This is the first ever image of Chizuru. This is the first ever drawn image of Chizuru, and it is inspired from this. This was part of the inspiration for Chizuru's character. I forgot this person's name, but she essentially said like they were going on like special day spots or something, and that's where Chizuru's first image ever is drawn. What Reiji took inspiration from. So yeah, just wanted to share some stuff like that I thought was really interesting that people didn't know about. And yeah, the whole motif between Chizuru liking the color red, it's her favorite color. I'll show you where that comes from. That comes from, let's see, manga Kanojo Okarishimasu, chapter 59, I think. What's your favorite color? Chizuru, Dream Chaser, red. Her favorite color is red, contrasted by the blue that she wears. Chizuru always has that contrast between red and blue. So, yeah. Yeah. No, that first image I showed you, I'm assuming you mean this one. It's so fucking hard to find. It's not even on Reishi's Twitter. This is really hard to find. I had to really dig. This is not even on Reishi's Twitter. It's super hard to find, but it is literally the first ever image of Chizuru. This is when he first ever showed her. And it was literally like finding cool date spots. That was like the theme of the this date thing that was going on. This was a trend in Japan when this first happened because this girl's like famous or something. So yeah, just cool details I wanted to share with you guys in regards to that whole dating thing. Let's see. There's a few other things we gotta look at. Oh no, I cannot show this. This is from Reiji's other thing, so I actually can't show that. Gotta be careful. Let's see. I guess we can see this post from Kana really quick. So Kana posted this. It's been 1 year since the second season of my Teen Romantic Kahara, and tomorrow is the broadcast for the fourth season of Rent a Girlfriend. Actually, she says that's wrong. She talks about, Mystery Child. She was referring to Oshinoko here. It's 1 year anniversary since the second season of Oshinoko, and tomorrow is the day Kanokari's fourth season airs because we got it early. Remember, it released on DMM, so we got it early. So technically, it airs for the first time tomorrow, and tomorrow we're gonna start hearing all sorts of stuff from the cast, like what they did, who worked on it, all sorts of stuff. They've been keeping quiet specifically until tomorrow when it officially airs. So yeah, just wanted to share that really quick. Let's see if there's anything else that I missed that I should share or talk about. Because if there's nothing else, I can just start reading the comments. Yeah, she's talking about Oshinoko. Yeah, I know it's Oshinoko. It's just the translation's weird. I'll say that the best change from manga and anime was changing Ruka's hair from brown to black. Chizuru and Ruka would have looked too similar if they didn't change it. I mean, no, here, I literally just had it earlier. This is literally Ruka's hairstyle. This is literally Chizuru's hairstyle in the anime. This is before the anime was even announced. This is literally the anime just straight up copies how Reiji does it. It's just sometimes they add extra stuff that's kind of weird. I do think like there are times where they should show Chizuru's hair as because like okay, the best way I can tell you is that Ruka's hair is black, but it has like a bluish hue or this hue right here. Chizuru's hair appears more brown, but at times it's black with like a purplish tint or like a reddish tint. There is an inherent distinction between them. Yes, I know Chizuru has blue eyes. Yes, Reiji loves to do this. Reiji loves to change the colors of the eyes. This is a common thing he does all the time, right? Chizuru's eyes are like inconsistent. No matter what volume you look at, she always has different eyes. But the one they clearly take inspiration from for the anime is the very first one we ever see, which is this one. This is how Chizuru first ever looks. This is the one they take inspiration from. She has purple eyes here, but they give her like a hueish tint, and this is Kazuya. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the inspiration for the characters and all that stuff. Shared some interesting information. So yeah, no. Chizuru's hair is kind of brownish but raven black. Colors might be changed to better suit the animation medium or the visual appeal, maybe. Not necessarily. I mean, sometimes it's literally just because they designed it that way and they wanted to be a contrast between the manga. So, for instance, they'll sometimes just flip shots, just to flip shots. So, like, the character will be facing this way in the manga, but then in the anime, they'll have him face this way. With Chizuru's swimsuit, for instance, they changed Chizuru's clothes to have more pink and red versus the manga where it's more blue. So they always kind of do this, even if it's like not consistent with what the characters are saying. Sometimes it does suit the medium a little better. Sometimes it's not because it suits the medium better. It's just because other times they won't change the clothes. Sometimes they will keep the clothes. Sometimes they won't. It does vary a lot, and there's a lot of different reasons. So it's never like a simple singular reason. It's usually the specific reason for that particular thing that's why it was changed. Okay. Let me double check one last thing. See if there's anything else I missed that I did not talk about. I think we talked about everything. I said I would order both volumes. Chizuru having blue is pretty big. Yeah, I said I'd just buy both. It doesn't matter to me. So yeah, I think that's it. We're gonna get into the comments on the YouTube videos because there are some interesting ones. There are some interesting comments that I actually wanted to talk about. Whoa. You stop that. You don't do that, buddy. Okay. I've been following this manga from the crowdfunding arc, and it has been a nice roller coaster ride. Huge respect for the fans following from the start. When did I start? I started following the manga from episode 4 of the anime. So it was in 2020. I got to episode 4 and I knew this was the shit. And I loved it. And I went and binge read the manga from the start and caught up. The time I caught up to the manga, Sayuri had just passed away. That's where I caught up. Sayuri just passed away. So that's where I was when I first caught up to the manga. Sayuri just passed away. Other than that, I'm not sure. So it was in 2020. That I do know. But I don't remember the specifics of the details. So we're going to look at the comment section. I'm going to look at the responded and unresponded. And we're going to go from there. And I'm just going to read the ones that I find interesting because there was one in particular that I really want to delve into. So these are the comments, baby. These are the comments. Starting the manga around the Paradise arc after finishing season 3. Yeah, I started in season 1, like before season 1 even finished. I started reading the manga when the anime got announced and caught up in a day. I love the series so much. Yeah. I started reading a manga when chapter 199 was the last one. I think there was 1 week break for Ubon for chapter 200. Yeah. Yeah. We're all sharing our stories. uh, so, oh wow, did Jose like actually get into it before I did? Because I needed to watch like 3 or 4 episodes before I actually got into reading the manga. I don't remember. I do know I really wanted to read it once I like really connected to Kazuya's character, and I'm like, shit, Reggie gets it. Um, Even if you get views, thank you for the stream. Okay, so Verquez is talking. So I disagreed with Verquez's point here that he disagreed with me. He says Chizuru didn't misinterpret Sayuri. She knew exactly what Sayuri meant, and she acted accordingly. It's also in line with her saying that her decision was pathetically sincere. Yes, Chizuru said she was still not sure, but she might not be 100% sure she doesn't love Kazuya at some point. For his sake as well, she wouldn't string him along unnecessarily, and she had to accept that she knows her answer and rejects him. This is wrong. I disagree. I completely disagree. Chizuru did not know her answer, and Andrew here perfectly highlights my point. She said she was completely honest, and one of the things she said is that she maybe loves him. Let's show that, because he's fucking right. Let's get it. Let's get to the chapter. Chizuru did not know her answer. I'm adamant she misinterpreted what Sayuri said, because my feelings for him, my decision, were so sincere, almost pathetically so. I think I might be in love with you. And then she rejects him in contrast. You have two contrasting things happening. You have a contradiction happening. It doesn't make sense. She doesn't know her answer. She thinks she does. It's an illusion. Chizuru is under an illusion here. She doesn't know her answer. She just thinks she does. That's why I believe she misinterpreted what Sayuri said. Let's keep reading what he said. Honestly, I would almost love if you didn't believe me on this. It would be much more interesting if we stood on different sides of this for the rest of the manga. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Like, we literally disagree. Unfortunately, I think you might get the same realization as me because you know how Reiji Mizume Sensei loves those illusions. He won't just give us everything we want with a major rug pull in the end. I mean, that's literally what he did, so I don't know. Anyways. This is my response. Chizuru thinks she knows her answer, but here she is not knowing her answer. Literally, that's the issue. It's the illusion of I know my answer because I don't know my answer, but you don't know your answer. Here she is literally being wrong. She did misinterpret the advice in my eyes because the intent from Sayuri wasn't to tell Chizuru to turn them down if there was clearly something there, but you don't understand it. That's not so. Sayuri didn't tell her just turn him down if you don't understand it and you feel there's something there. That's not what she said. She said if you know exactly that you don't feel anything from this person, then turn them down, right? It was to turn people down if they just asked you out and you felt nothing. You don't feel a connection there. The scene is intentionally contrasted by how Sayuri feels towards Katsuhito, who she thinks is cool, like Chizuru thinks Kazuya is cool, who does crazy things for her like Kazuya does. Just as Chizuru misinterprets love, so too will she misinterpret the intent of Sayuri's words, as she always has. That's why she always goes to her seeking clarity. She was being sincere in her beliefs. She thought she found the answer, but in reality, she saw what she wanted to see. The situation was orchestrated that way by design. Her questions gave her the answers she wanted, not the real answers. Her questions in the date was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Just as she misinterpreted love, so too did she misinterpret Kazuya, and so too did she misinterpret herself and thus Sayuri. I don't agree with your post completely, lol. I called it a fight before any of y'all did. Yeah, I've said this before. I called a fight a long time ago. Yeah, one of the shots that was shown says, I may love you in contrast to the rejection itself, meaning that she doesn't have her answer. It means she misinterpreted the advice. Because the advice Sayuri gives her is if you know your answer. Here she is not knowing her answer. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. It's a contradiction. My reply to Verquez was removed. What reply to Verquez? Sorry, I didn't remove anything. It wasn't me. I didn't do nothing. I don't know why it's gone. So I can't comment on that. I did not touch anything. Let's see. This one was weird. I just wanted to answer this one on stream because it felt easier. Hello, I'm lacking a lot of context on many points, but I'm starting to get an idea of the psychology of the characters. I'd like to have your opinion on one point. You say several times that Mami sees Chizuru as a bad person and that she's looking for validation, but I don't think that's the case. If Mami were truly convinced of Chizuru's evil nature, she wouldn't need confirmation. She would simply spill the beans without remorse. However, she agrees to keep the secret for a while. This isn't true. No, 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 no. She doesn't keep the secret for a while just because. She keeps the secret to validate her feelings, to torture Chizuru, to make her feel pain. Mami does connect Chizuru, but she wants to do this on purpose to torture Chizuru. She enjoys this. She takes pleasure in this because she knows how Chizuru feels, so she actively wants to make her feel like a bad person. Because what do you do when you think someone is bad? When you want to validate your feelings, you want to make them feel bad. You want them to admit it. Say it. Admit you're a bad person. I know you want to say it. That's what Mami's doing. She doesn't keep the secret for some good reason. She keeps the secret because she wants Chizuru to admit she's a bad person. She wants to get more ammo to make her feel like a bad person. That's why she says the stuff she says about Kazuya, and she makes it so Chizuru can't say anything back. It's very intentional by Mami. It's literally gaslighting 101. It's straight up gaslighting 101. It's very intentional from Mami that she doesn't tell, and she keeps giving Chizuru whiplash. 1 minute she's on her side, 1 minute she's not on her side. 1 minute she does something to help her, 1 minute she does something to hurt her. And it's very intentional. You have to really pay attention to what Mami is doing. That's not Mami is not on Chizuru's side. I might say something stupid, but I think Mami finds herself in Chizuru. This is true. Mami does see a part of herself in Chizuru, as Chizuru does see a part of herself in Mami. Or rather, what she would have liked to be, the one who puts her feelings beyond the symbol of authority. But think about it like this. Mami does this thing where what Chizuru says is what Mami feels. And then Chizuru seemingly betrays Mami in her eyes because she goes to Kazuya's home. Mami goes to Kazuya's home to do the thing Chizuru told her, and yet here's Chizuru in Kazuya's home. She sees evidence that Chizuru was in Kazuya's home. So why would you tell me to pursue my feelings for him if you're going to do that yourself? She lied to me. She led me on. Kazuya lied to you. He led you on. Chizuru lied and led you on. Do you see how Mami can misinterpret that based on that context? Mami does see herself in Chizuru. She connects to the words Chizuru says, but she's literally only seeing surface level events and specifically acting on those. I think Mami really likes Chizuru, but she's trying to teach her a lesson. No. A lesson from what she herself has been through. No. Chizuru has been through so much more pain than Mami. Like, I'm sorry to say, Mami has gone through a lot of shit, and she is a victim, and that's horrible, and that sucks. But Mami, like, she still has money. She doesn't really have to fight for anything that she does, and she is privileged. While her family is terrible, she is privileged. Chizuru had to fight. I would argue Chizuru has gone through a lot more pain. Chizuru has had to fight since she was a little kid. She had no parents, no family. I would argue their situations are similar, but Chizuru has gone through a lot of pain too. And it's not in Mami's place to teach Chizuru a lesson. There's no lesson to be learned here other than the fact that Mami is nihilistic and that she thinks the world sucks. Whereas Chizuru wants to actually believe. Like, okay, fine. Maybe Mami went through a little bit more. There, Jaws. I'll give you that. Maybe Mami went through a little bit more because she literally lives with abusers. So I guess I could argue maybe Mami went through a little bit more. Fine, I'll give you that. Yes, at least Chizuru had people caring about her through Sayuri and her grandfather. Mami doesn't even have that. Yeah, Mami doesn't even have that. The foundation for Mami's beliefs is rooted in the fact that she never had people who seemingly cared about her, whereas Chizuru does. But to say that Mami is seemingly teaching Chizuru a lesson is bullshit. I think that's idiotic. There's nothing for Mami to teach. If anything, Chizuru is the one teaching her something that she needs to learn with the fucking value and stop running away constantly. She doesn't want to cause any particular harm. What the fuck does she do then? Why the fuck is she taking pleasure in hurting Chizuru, in hurting Kazuya's family, and trying to break them apart? That makes no fucking sense. But to show that she's right, that her view of the world is the most realistic, that's why she seeks validation. Yeah, and her view is wrong. She literally uses authority to try and force the characters into a situation by enacting bias and lies, by gaslighting the family. But the thought source would be that deep down she would be waiting to be saved by Chizuru. No. She's waiting to be saved by Kazuya. She wants Kazuya to save her, but she needs to save herself. That's the issue. Mami needs to want to save herself. Chizuru chose to be saved. Chizuru chose to get out of that rut and actually make the situations that she wanted and connect to the people she wanted to. She let Minnie into her home. She reconnected with Kazuya. Chizuru chose to be saved. Mami didn't. Mami never actually chose to be saved. She wants to be saved. That's two different things. Mami doesn't want to save herself. You have to want to save yourself before someone can save you. Who would show her the world and she would have liked to see it, but she believed that being confronted with reality is hypothetical. But yeah, I don't agree with this. I think you're kind of romanticizing Mami a little bit. This person's kind of romanticizing Mami a little bit. Okay, this is the interesting comment that I wanted to read. So we're gonna go with this one first. Let's see. Let me read some of the comments. Johan, I want to ask you a question. We all know your prediction theory of them having a fight, but could you lead to a resolution 6? That being said, would you use all your knowledge of the series? Would you speculate in a serious way the other potential outcomes that are also possible, which some of us are predicting without putting us down for having a different prediction, such as a separation arc from possible time skip? The separation arc was possible. So okay, first off, time skip is not happening. I'm very adamant about this. Time skip is not happening. Narratively, it makes no fucking sense to have a time skip. It makes no sense. Because that is operating under the idea that they're going to separate. But even if they separate, sure, let's operate with the idea that the separation arc could happen. Let's operate with that. Separation arc could happen. Why would there be a time skip? What narrative purpose would a time skip serve here? What would that possibly do? When the characters are literally dealing with these feelings right now. The time skip after Hawaiians makes perfect sense. It makes a lot of sense because it's the characters literally being unable to move. What are they doing right now? They're literally walking. They're literally moving. They've already made the choice to move. So them moving now, literally physically walking, reflects the fact that a time skip serves no purpose. It does nothing. Now, separation arc? Sure, maybe separation arc could happen. However, here we are, literally seeing them far apart, but literally super close. So in that sense, a separation arc now feels worthless because they've reconnected. They literally separated and reconnected. A separation arc makes no sense now. It doesn't make any sense because they clearly want to be with each other. The story's actively highlighting how they want to be with each other, and now they're so fucking close. They're literally both starting to bring down their walls. They're both trying to be selfish and letting everything out. I'm not dismissive of these things just because I don't want them. I'm not dismissive of these things simply because I don't want them. I'm dismissive of them because they make no narrative sense to what the story is showing us, to what the story wants us to think. The story is actively telling you to be hopeful and to believe. It is literally being like, here is fate reconnecting them. Kazuya literally says, maybe it was a good thing that we met then. Chizuru literally starts monologuing and talking. It makes no sense to have a separation arc or to have a time skip when literally these stories' narrative purpose is to be in the moment right now. That's why that doesn't make sense to me. It is literally fundamentally antithetical to everything the story is talking about. To connect right now, to be together right now, to break these walls down and to see each other for who they are, to be selfish, to be honest. Being selfish and honest isn't you moving away, it's you fucking staying. It's you hugging, it's you kissing, it's you fighting. It's all that stuff. The story has been always focusing on that idea. So again, it makes no sense to have a separation arc, to have a time skip, because that is antithetical to what they want. Chizuru made a mistake here. She misinterpreted events and she did the wrong thing. Now we have to address and face that mistake. We have to face this pain head on. We have to address it, and even despite that pain, persevere. Where did I say the theme of this chapter was? What did I say the theme of this chapter was? The perseverance of Kazuya's love, despite the fact that they separated, despite the fact that he was rejected. It still kept going. It refuses to end. It's about not giving up. He's literally not giving up. If a time skip happens, if a separation arc happens, that's them giving up. That's them letting that happen. But they don't want that to happen. So don't let it. Make a fucking choice. Love is about that choice. So don't let it happen. Do you see why I disagree with that idea so adamantly? It is antithetical to the story. It is literally just people dooming. It is literally just people dooming and assuming the worst. And there are people in my chat fucking dooming. Like, holy shit, these people need to fucking relax. Like, this person right here, sorry to put you on blast. You dooming hard. Roasting Star, sorry to put you on blast. Y'all dooming hard. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Like, we're reading two different fucking stories. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Mami is essentially just perpetuating her own abuse. She's just reversing the roles. She became the abuser. She became the very abuser. She wanted to teach Chizuru a lesson to validate her own trauma. And in so doing, she became the very abuser she hated. It's not out of the goodness of her heart. Mami, someone said this best. Mami's doing the right thing for the wrong reasons. Mami is seemingly right in some of the things that she says. It's completely in the wrong in how it's being executed, the intent, and why she's doing it. And that makes it wrong. So her intent is bad, which makes the actual result bad. Because they could have resolved this in many different ways. Chizuru wanted to resolve this. Chizuru was going to resolve this. Mami seemingly introduced her own bias into the equation, which created the problems. Mami, if Mami just left them alone, they were going to solve this. They were going to tell them the truth. They were going to let it all out. But Mami had to do this for her. It's for her. It's for not anybody else. It's for her. It's her own validation, which ultimately led her to becoming the very abuser she hated. She became her dad. If anything, it's Mami's deep-rooted prejudice towards her experience and surroundings that makes her lash at the easiest targets, which is Chizuru, because she already has ammo on her. And Chizuru is not an easy target. Chizuru is not an easy target. Chizuru, in fact, shows Mami, I'm not a fucking easy target. But Mami does this specifically because Chizuru is who she is, not because Chizuru is an easy target. She does lash out based on her prejudice and her experience. That is correct. But Chizuru is not an easy target. Rather, it's specifically because it's Chizuru. Remember, Mami committed to this. Mami was doing this shit since chapter 77. The entire movie arc where Kazuya and Chizuru are like making this film, Mami is literally building her relationship with Nagomi, getting close to her, and then pulling this shit. Like Mami wasted her whole ass summer obsessing over Chizuru. Like, no, this isn't just because Chizuru was an easy target. Mami fucking obsessed over her. Like, Chizuru became an obsession for Mami. You can entertain that possibility that... But why? What is that? But Kazuya moves out the next... Yeah, so what? Reishi has done lots of things that didn't make sense, but later on the day, they make sense of what I'm saying. But this isn't that. This isn't that. It doesn't make sense. It literally doesn't. Bro, here is the opening page telling you the actual date curtain is rising. Here's the opening page literally telling you now it's really starting. What about that is giving you the impression that it's ending, that we're having some sort of separation? What is the point of entertaining that if it serves no narrative purpose? That's all I'm saying. It already happened. It literally already happened. It serves no narrative purpose. The story here is literally saying, despite the fact that they just separated, they just got rejected, that their relationship broke up and they didn't work out, it persevered. So if you're saying that, what narrative purpose does separating now serve? In Hawaiians, it made perfect sense. It actually, like, when I saw it, I completely it made sense to me. I thought it was extreme, but it made sense to me. I didn't think it was wrong at all. It made perfect sense to me. While everybody was freaking the fuck out, I'm like, no, it kind of makes a lot of sense. I didn't see it directly coming, but when the moment Chizuru was isolating, I'm like, okay, this is gonna happen. This isn't that. None of this is that. None of that make any sense. It's literally their love persevering despite the fact that they separated. So what about that says to me, oh, they're gonna have a separation arc now? That makes no sense narratively, like to what you're saying. Chizuru is a gold digger, but left Kazuya mini stay rent free for a month. Yeah. Remember, people are saying Mami is the hero of the story, Special Mother's Basement. Oh, that's just idiotic. Those people literally are just looking for validation. It is so ironic to me that they side with Mami of all characters. I don't think this person is the same. I don't think this person's the same. I think they're just trying to see the best in Mami and twisting her actions to mean something positive when, I'm sorry, even though Mami is like my third or fourth favorite character in this story, I'm gonna be fucking real with you. No. No. Even Jaws will say this. Mami was not doing a good thing there. No. Like, Jaws is the biggest Mami fan out there, and he will agree with me. Mami is not the hero of this fucking story. Like if Jaws says she's not, like, right there, if I'm not saying she's the hero of the story, that means she's not. And Jaws is like hoarding his shit for her. Jaws loves this girl to death. Like, I'm sorry, like, there's no possible way to perceive Mami as the hero of this story. She is not. She definitely isn't. We're closer to the resolution in the end than we are in anything else. Yeah, I don't think it's going to end even when we get a resolution. I still think it's going to keep going. Reiji will find a way to keep it going. But yeah, we're too close to some sort of resolution, to some sort of change happening. Literally, this chapter is the start of that. That's the one thing I agreed with Verkas about, is that this is seemingly the start of this happening. They're already arguing. They're literally already arguing and disagreeing. But now Kazuya has questions. And that could be the start of it, asking these questions, finally letting it out. Like, Kazuya's like, okay, why are you so adamant that I can't feel this way? Why are you so adamant that I'm not allowed to feel this way just because you think it's not right? That's not for you to decide. Why are you feeling like this? Why do you feel this way? Asking these questions is so important because so much of this arc has been about communicating, but they were communicating the wrong way. That's what people don't realize. That's what I mean about this arc being a big fucking illusion. So much of this arc seems like they're clearing shit up. But if you pay close attention, they're not. They don't clear up anything. They just clear up certain things that they already felt. But Kazuya doesn't give Chizuru honest answers, and Chizuru creates criteria in her questions that don't allow Kazuya to give honest answers. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's literally what I wrote in response to Verkas. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Right here. Chizuru thinks she knows her answers, but her showing she is not knowing her answer. Sorry, let me read it more clearly. Where do I wrote? Just as Chizuru misinterprets love, so too will she misinterpret the intent of Sayuri's words, as she always has. That's why she always goes to seek clarity from her. She was being sincere in her beliefs. She thought she found the answer, but in reality, she saw what she wanted to see. If we go through the arc, she's literally seeing what she wants to see. It's literally a validation of what she already believes. That she thinks she's right, but no, they aren't the real answers. Like when the situation was orchestrated that way by design. Her questions gave her the answer she wanted. She asked Kazuya an impossible question. Explain your love to me. What is love to you? How can you say you love me under these criterias? Not just, why do you feel the way that you do? And it's because she perceives love as this selfless thing. She's misunderstanding the intent of love. So naturally, she gets the correct, she gets the answer that she believes is correct, but she's fucking wrong. She's literally wrong. She's literally misinterpreting the world around her. She is under an illusion. The illusion of this arc is the answer. The illusion of this arc, I said this last stream, is the answer. She thinks she has the right answer when she doesn't. That's the issue. Yeah, her experience, like I say here, her experience in the date was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Just as she misinterpreted love, so too did she misinterpret Kazuya, and so too did she misinterpret herself and thus Sayuri. Because that's her memory of what Sayuri said, and Sayuri literally called this shit. In some ways, Sayuri led to this situation, which ultimately helped Chizuru, because it proved Sayuri right. In Chizuru choosing to reject Kazuya, it resulted in the very thing Sayuri said. That, like, because she did the wrong thing, we got the right thing now. That's the point. That's why I'm like so adamant there's no time skip. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Mami is secretly Yuri for Chizuru, lol. No. She likes Chizuru, I think, to some degree. She's jealous of her for sure, but I don't think she's Yuri for Chizuru. That's Minnie. Minnie is Yuri for Chizuru. Minnie is Yuri for Chizuru. I saw someone on Twitter saying that Chizuru is going to withdraw money, give it back to Kazuya, and will use that ticket to move him, stop loving her, and just separate. What's your opinion on this? Anything I want ticket, huh? I mean, she could try that, and Kazuya will probably say no. Leaving is not the answer here. Leaving is not the answer here. It would do nothing. So Kazuya might start actually being selfish and be like, no, I want to know what's going on. Why are you acting like this? Right? So I think it would be actually super perfect if Kazuya chooses to, like, literally this feels like it's Kazuya's moment to choose to do what he wants, which will counter exactly what Chizuru's trying to do. She's trying to push him away, but that's not solving the problem. So the anything I want ticket coming back for the wrong reason would be super interesting and effective for Kazuya. She can't withdraw money right now, so the only thing she has is the anything I want ticket, right? And that will further push Kazuya to be like, what the hell are you doing? And that could be the spark of the fight. It feels like that could be the spark of the fight. The using the anything I want ticket for the wrong reason, which would make sense considering she misinterpreted his intent when he gave her the anything I want ticket. That this thing has no value, and yet here she is using something super valuable to Kazuya to push him away, which would be like, Kazuya would be like, what the fuck? What the fuck, girl? Like, you can't do that. How could you do that, right? And so that's what could spark the fight. The fights are already starting. Literally, I think no matter where it goes, they'll have a fight. I think no matter where it goes, they're going to lead to some sort of fight. Whole manga, Kazuya wanted to end things, by the way, him and Chizuru, but now it's Kazuya doesn't want to give up or end things with Chizuru because she's the part of who he is. Kazuya wanted to end the lies, not to end his relationship with Chizuru. You don't believe me? Here, I'll show you. Initially, at the very end, Kazuya kept telling, like at the very, very beginning of the series, yeah, he wanted to end things. Just the very beginning. But after that point, no. And there's a good example in chapter, I think it's 40? No, 40 is the panty chapter. 41, 42, is it 43? Nope. 44. Double, nope, not that one. Yep, there it is. Chapter 45. I'm thinking of quitting my job as a rental girlfriend. I thought now would probably be a good time to move on. What do you think? Since I did make a promise with you, I thought it would be best for to talk with you. Kazi closes his eyes, he lies. Neither of them is happy about this. Rest easy, it's not like everything has already been decided, there's still some time. He puts her first, he puts her feelings first. I should have known since the beginning Mizuharu's dream is to become an actress. She's working towards that goal as a rental girlfriend every day. I'll be doing everything I can, both as your girlfriend, to help you find a girl. I can't bring myself to say it, what I actually want is you. He's reaching that point where he can say it now. And that's contrasted by how later he says he wants her. Huh. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? No, Kazuya never really wanted it to end except for the very, very, very beginning. That's the only time he wanted it to end. I know that Mami is doing wrong against Kazuya and Chizuru. Also, Grandma Nagomi was and still is one of the reasons that Kazuya was his crippling will of self-esteem. Yeah. The date tricked all of us, even the characters. The aftermath will be what it is. The aftermath will be what really matters. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, we read this. The only way to the separation makes sense is if they plan on Chizuru confessing right as Kazuya leaves, and even if that makes no sense, the whole thing doesn't make much sense when you think about it. There's a whole lot of not making sense in your sentence. I have a huge crush on Minnie. She's stupidly cute. I do feel, though, that the next arc is the final calling of the climax is fastly approaching. I feel like there's like a good saga left, to be honest. I think there's a decent saga left, and Reiji could plan to do even more than that. As I said, Chizuru wants to date to get the answer for her research, but that's not the way love works. It's not discreet, scientific. Yeah, Chizuru doesn't even need the ticket to ask Kazuya to stay. He'll stay regardless. Kazuya just takes a tent and camps out in Chizuru's lawn. I don't think so. What do you think about the next chapter being called Spare Key? I'll get into that in just a sec. This person right here had an interesting theory about that. I think the ticket is so irrelevant. I don't think it's irrelevant. I think it could become relevant. That's a very real possibility. Next chapter's name is Spare Key. I think the name is interesting. We'll get into it shortly. Give me a fuck. Kazuya was only unhappy there because he felt he won't be able to see her because of the rental situation, not because he has some affinity to her for her rental job. Yeah, he can't. Yeah, that's literally what I said. Their relationship is seemingly only connected by rental, and if rental ends, then that's it. Their relationship ends. That's what I was saying. I'm not saying he has a connection to the rental service. Yeah, he wants her to be able to move on, but he still wants to see her. Okay, let's read this comment. Thanks, Fate. I watched the whole stream, imagining you making the analysis armed with Chizuru's dilemma. But again, I don't want to hijack the stream with too many messages, so if you'd indulge me, try to think like we're two parts of the stream here. Shadow and Feet. Katsuhito, bad Katsuhito, represents the idea of unverified evidence. Many impossible dreams come true. Wait, is this the right one? Yeah, this is the right one. Impossible dreams come true. Unverified, but Katsuhito, bad Katsuhito, represents the idea, unverified by evidence, that impossible dreams come true, unverified by evidence. Kazuya, good Katsuhito, represents the idea, unverified by evidence, impossible dreams come true, verified by evidence. Chad here actually went out and made it happen. Yeah, that's the difference between Katsuhito and Kazuya. I said something like this on Twitter. Let me see if I can pull it up. So I'm going to read you something that Kazuya does that Katsuhito doesn't. But it reminds her of Katsuhito because he said it first. Kazuya, Katsuhito. There's an interesting contrast between Katsuhito and Kazuya. Katsuhito sees Chizuru's efforts, supports and guiding her. Kazuya goes further. He challenges and fights her to improve and grow, putting his money where his mouth is. Kazuya is not her grandpa, but he has a similar spirit. In a sense, Kazuya is both Sayuri and Katsuhito. Heck, he's also neither of them, carrying both of their spirits but also being himself, someone totally different. I think that's what Sayuri saw. Kazuya's challenge of Chizuru that Katsuhito sparked, and Kazuya pushed to the finish. Kazuya is both the answer and the challenge to Katsuhito's philosophy. Keep believing in yourself and your dream will come true. He is the answer because he showed up to support her just like Katsuhito said. But unlike Katsuhito, he actually showed her a path and how to reach her dream. This is what I mean when I say Kazuya is both Katsuhito and Sayuri. Sayuri is the antithesis to Katsuhito's thesis of dreams. She tells him that it's easy to say what he says, but the acting industry is terrible. She is his counter, and the cruel reality that things aren't always so great. Let's read what Sayuri says here. I'm against it. I'm not going to encourage her to do something so irresponsible. Come on, Sayuri, honey, I love you. Well, I don't love you right now. I'm going to cheer her on. Dreams can come true. I'm sick of hearing you say that. The acting world is one big crapshoot. You think this is the perfect world where you can just wish your dreams into existence? So what then? Dreams don't come true? What? I mean, sometimes they do, but that's not the point. Whether it actually happens is besides the point. Sometimes dreams do come true, and that tiny shred of hope, that's the light that keeps us going through the pain and the loneliness of life. I hope this is sounding a little familiar. Okay. In the end, in Sayuri's eyes, Katsuhito's idea wins out. Sayuri says he was right and asks if he's watching, only to die right after. Like her literal idea was defeated and killed, but in her passing, the cruel reality shows itself. This is not so simple. It's life and death. Is following your dreams just making you suffer? Is having me cheer you on just a burden? I don't want to see her suffer, not for an instant. You win, Katsuhito. There'll be a crowd of moviegoers, and I just know they're going to applaud her. The sheepish smile of hers will creep in, and she'll take a bow. It'll almost make me a little embarrassed just thinking about it. She's just like a marvelous actress, don't you think? You did it. You are right. Hey, are you watching? Literally dies right after this. Passes away right after this. Dreams and reality. Death, life and death. Kazuya is the Kazuya is the synthesis of these two ideas. He's both a dreamer and someone who faces the reality in front of him without giving up. He doesn't just tell Chizuru, keep working hard and it'll happen. No, he researches, works nonstop, and finds a solution. Chizuru is the dream chaser, realist, and Kazuya is the dreamer who sees reality. They are both the thesis and the antithesis to each other, slowly forming into a synthesis of the two, just as Katsuhito and Sayuri are. Sayuri accepting the dream is her accepting eternal sleep. Kazuya is both Chizuru's idol and her rival. She admires his ability to not give up and wants to surpass him, just like she speaks of Sayuri. Turning to look at him with closed eyes, not realizing he is her new goal. While Kazuya, who is clearly, let's just read this again. I fought that super hard. Jesus Christ. Kazuya is both Chizuru's idol and her rival. She admires his ability to not give up and wants to surpass him, just like she speaks of Sayuri. Turning to look at him with closed eyes, not realizing he is her new goal. While Kazuya, who sees her clearly, knows she is always his goal. So she is both my idol and my rival. This is when she shows him the film for the first time. Someone who I'll never surpass. Basically, my goal. She turns and looks at him with closed eyes, not realizing he is her new goal. I had no idea. I didn't know Sayuri-san was an actress or that Mizuhara felt this way about her. She passed away, leaving only her legacy behind. Kinda mean, huh? One last thing. Katsuhito was too idealistic to the point that it impacted the people he loved. Sometimes we see in the rocks he left at home. Sayuri didn't mind, but he left these heavy rocks for Chizuru to pick up. But Kazuya was there to help her with the load. Katsuhito helped just anyone in need, but Kazuya did it specifically for Chizuru. One put everyone else first, while Kazuya put his loved ones first. Kazuya even calls Katsuhito out on this. Why leave all this literal baggage in the house? Literally leftover trauma in his beliefs. Katsuhito, without meaning to, traumatized Chizuru with his beliefs because it was just a dream, not the path to reach it, the hardships. He even says it. I don't want her to suffer for 1 minute, but that's part of reaching dreams. Even Sayuri couldn't see Chizuru's struggle. Kazuya feels pain all the time, physical and emotional, but he keeps going. For her, he will find a way. He's not just a dreamer, but a hard worker. He makes up for her weaknesses just as she does him. He isn't Katsuhito because he would ultimately cause more trouble for them. Kazuya won't. He accepts her pain and wants to tell her he is there for her. The pain is that pain is part of love and it's okay. Heck, he wants to share in her struggle, not just hope. He doesn't feel let's read that again. Heck, he wants to share in her struggle, not just hope she doesn't feel any pain. He wants to go through it together, fight with her, not just shield her. A partner in life and pain. A partner in love and pain. Wow, I actually predicted all of this. Holy shit. Wow, I actually predicted all of this. Holy shit. How the fuck? When did I make this? April 23, 2025. I fucking predicted everything. What this shit? What this shit? I predicted all of this. What the shit? Dude, I need to start reading some of my old posts. What the shit? Why did I just literally predict all of this? That's so fucking funny. It's literally exactly what I said later. That's so funny. Let's see. I think the ticket is going to be ultimately move Chizuru makes. I think it's going to be critical when it's used in the story. It was given in a powerful, sincere way, and it will be used in a powerful, sincere way. We'll have to see. It was given in a small moment, so naturally it occurring in a small moment matches that too. I don't see it. The ticket was more a cute trick, I guess. Chizuru does not need such a tool to ask anything from Kazuya, and yet it will probably be used in that way. Chizuru might ask Kazuya to stop with the ticket, making it even more difficult for Kazuya to initiate a kiss, making it so it's even more dramatic when he manages to do it. Yes! 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 The ticket is going to come back around Kazuya's birthday, a return present, if you will. Ooh, that could be interesting. I like that. Chizuru and Kazuya are masterclass in opposite attracts. They both give each other what the other needs, and even if someone else gives the exact same thing, it isn't the same because it isn't them. Maybe something like that, a more lightweight stuff. They already are a couple. I think the ticket was given on Chizuru's birthday, and will be ending on Kazuya's birthday. That would be epic. She will say she will always be mine. Damn, whew, that'd be kind of peak. Yeah, and Kazuya's birthday is like in a month or two. My only fear about the spare key title is the next chapter abruptly cutting to the morning or the moment that Kazuya is leaving. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think there's going to be any sort of skip to the next day. The date won't end until the very morning. This date is going to keep going. It's not going to end. It's literally going to keep going. I don't think there's going to be any form of skipping in any way, shape, or form. It's going to keep going. I'm calling it right now. Yeah, I called that from you. You've been saying for a while that Kazuya and Chizuru Gramps are similar. Yup. Yup. Hey, Verkes, welcome. Welcome. I said I pointed out how I disagreed with some of your stuff. I don't know why you thought I like completely agreed with you, buddy. Hello, Hayden. Hayden, watch my let's see. This is your comment, I'm assuming. I responded to it. I didn't respond in text. I responded in the video. So I did talk about that. I just think you were being you're kind of romanticizing Mami without meaning to. Oh, you saw it? Okay. Yeah, I understand. I'm not like attacking you or anything. I just think you're romanticizing Mami without meaning to. And that's kind of it. That's kind of all that I felt is like Mami is doing this for validation, and I point out specifically in other streams and other videos. I'll probably put them all together to highlight more how Mami's really kind of doing this out of a sense of validation. And by the way, even Jaws agrees with me like on what I said in regards to that stuff. And Jaws is like the biggest Mami fan. Like he is the Mami fan. So just kind of want to. So let's see. Yeah, I got all of this from you. A direct copy of paste of what you said. Really? Damn, I must have said some crazy shit in the past. Holy crap. Holy crap. I said some crazy fucking shit in the past. I'm kind of cooking. What the fuck? Also, one thing this did remind me of that I didn't get to mention is the hedgehog dilemma. This is the hedgehog dilemma, where it is something that was called to in Evangelion. I'm a fan of this dumpster fire ending as soon as possible. I'm a fan of banning your ass out of my fucking channel. Get the hell out. Wasting my fucking time. So, the hedgehog dilemma. I think this is the hedgehog dilemma in terms of what's currently going on with the characters. Or the porcupine dilemma, is a metaphor about the challenges of human intimacy. It describes a situation when groups of hedgehogs seek to move too close to one another to share in heat during cold weather. They must remain apart, however, as they cannot avoid hurting one another with their sharp spines. Though they all share the intention of a close reciprocal relationship, this cannot occur for unavoidable reasons. Arthur Schopenhauer conceives this metaphor for the state of the individual in society. Despite goodwill, humans cannot be intimate without the risk of mutual harm, leading to cautious and tentative relationships. It should be seen as wise to be guarded with others or fear of getting hurt, and also fear of causing hurt. However, this may lead to unsatisfying relationships. The dilemma may encourage self-imposed isolation, when in reality, doesn't this match the characters right now? Chizuru's going through the hedgehog dilemma. She really wants to be close to him, but she feels like she'll hurt him, so she creates a self-imposed isolation. But that's not right, is it? That's not right, is it? Chizuru should not be isolated. She shouldn't isolate herself just because she thinks she might hurt him, right? Just because Kazuya thinks he might hurt her or the other way around, that's not how feelings work. It leads to unsatisfying relationships. And this is them learning to let go of that shit. What are your favorite bits from the manga besides the current arc? I like chapter 244. It's when they were texting, because that shit is like the most honest crap ever, and they're actually letting it all the fuck out. Other favorite parts in the manga. I'd have to sit down and think about it. There's a lot of good ones. I like the end of Hawaiians a lot. I actually like Hawaiians as a whole bunch. I really like Hawaiians as an arc. I think it's a really well written arc. A lot of the moments I really like are like Kazuya moments. That's kind of my big thing. A lot of the moments you used to speculate all the time. It was awesome. What kind of speculations did I used to do? Did I used to do some crazy fucking shit? No, I hoped you wouldn't agree. I just think if I was right, you wouldn't also notice that. You would also notice that eventually. Yeah. I mean, I've called you out many times. 244 is my favorite. Lol. That was the cuteness injected directly into your veins. It was so peak. It was so peak. I fucking love 244. I love 244. It's so good. 244 is one of my favorite chapters. Let's keep going. Let's see what. Been watching for like 5 years. Ooh. The thing is, the Katsuhito thing that I was describing, this was less of a projection here. This was less of a prediction and more of literally what was happening in the story. This is less like, and it just so happened to align perfectly with the current narrative stuff. I predicted without meaning to predict. That's all. I literally just predicted this without meaning to predict. Yeah, I know I used to be wrong a lot because back then I would predict with the biases of how writing should be. I used to look at writing how others perceived writing, not with the idea of what is the writing actually saying. And I still make that mistake sometimes. Where, for instance, if you guys remember this. I still make that mistake sometimes. So, for instance, this whole thing about Kazuya getting into a fight with Chizuru and assuming the worst in her character, this is not actually my own beliefs. I saw someone talk about this on Reddit, and my mind was just like, "Oh, that would be interesting." But then, like literally, the story immediately proves me wrong. Like literally, next chapter, no, Kazuya would look at her with love, and I'm like, "Shit." He's right. I'm an idiot. Reiji was right. I literally doubted myself. I had a lot of doubts at this point because like people were just really getting into my head and really kind of messing with me. So it's like, while I did make some interesting analysis here, the analysis of like they'll get into a fight because of this. So like I was right in that. This is not Chizuru. What the hell is he saying? She's not a deceiver. She doesn't use people like that. He learned nothing in that time, right? So just ignore that part, but look at the part where, like, I'm saying he literally used to call Yamori out on this, and Yamori even changed her own tune later and started saying that is not like Chizuru. So you see how I'm like right but wrong, and that the prediction is wrong, but the analysis is correct. When I focus on analyzing more than I do predicting, I end up predicting without meaning to. That's pretty much what happened in that earlier thing. That's what that was. I predicted by just analyzing the story. And that's usually how you get your best analysis. You sell like grandpa. He's not something most guys pursuing a romantic interest would want. Oh, okay. I don't know why that was removed. Let's see. Let me drink some tea. Peak. Hey, it even has what are they called? Sakura flowers. How fitting. They're literally in spring right now. One thing we can agree that was the master movement from Kazuya when he asked Chizuru if he's still loving her despite the rejection. Yeah, I delved into this. Dude, what are your favorite... Oh, we already asked this. 244 was absolute wholesome. Yeah, that was also the video I edited this shit out of. I went a little too hard editing that video. And the worst feeling about that video, I lost it. I don't have access to that video. I don't have access to the project anymore. I just have the video. And it kills me. I lost all of that crazy editing I did for that. It's just gone. The sound effects, everything. All the little edits that I did, all of it gone. Poof. Kills me a little bit. I deleted a lot of my projects without meaning to. It actually blows. That was a while back. I deleted a lot. I should also refrain from predicting anything. My analysis are much more on point than my predictions. When you analyze, you create a prediction without meaning to. And that's literally what happened here. I literally called this current chapter in this by just analyzing, by just recognizing this. That's all it. That's all it took, and so that's why I kind of try to refrain from analyzing, or sorry, from predicting, because usually my predictions are wrong. Because those predictions are based on assumptions of how I assume he'll operate, not what the story is actually saying. That's why I'm so adamant there's no separation arc, because while that is a prediction, the story's literally not saying that. The story's literally not saying that shit. So it is antithetical to the narrative. Whereas with the Paradise arc, it was literally saying it. Like, they're literally separated. They got super close, but they're literally separated. This is the flip of that. They're literally separated, but they're super close. It's literally the opposite of Hawaiians by design. The fundamental nature of this is the opposite of Hawaiians by design. Rather, it's going to be them actually wanting to be with the other person. It's the flip of Hawaiians. Literally, here, you don't believe me? Here. I have the perfect thing that'll prove it to you. Kanojo Okarishimasu. I'm going to do a thing real quick in the background just so I can show you what I'm talking about. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. That'll do the trick. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Sorry, just one sec. I'm almost done. Export. I'm going to put this in chapter 227 because that's what this is. Where is it? There we go. Perfect. Okay. This is the Hawaiians arc. This is the Hawaiians arc. Here's the current arc. What's the difference? Tell me, what difference do you see between these two? What's the difference? They're literally reversed. They're literally reversed. Straight up, actually reversed. At night, you're seeing Kazuya's front. He's far away. He's surrounded by a city. They're completely alone. No one else is there. And the words are highlighted in white. In a pool, in the day, surrounded by people, you see Kazuya and Chizuru right over here, super far away. And the title screen is up here in black. They're reversed. They're literal opposites. Based on this, you can understand the importance and the difference between these two moments. That this is literally the opposite of Hawaiians. Straight up the opposite of Hawaiians. Rather than being far away and disconnected, but close, they're close but disconnected. Or you could flip that, however you want to say it. No, this is close but disconnected. This is disconnected but close. There we go. That makes more sense. I like that more because the focus is on them being close here, but literally being far away. And by the way, how does Hawaiians start? How does the first image start? Here's the first image. What are you seeing? She's holding his face. See Chizuru's chest, but it's not touching his chest. Now let me show you the current arc. What are we seeing? Feet touching the ground, feet not touching the ground. Chest touching his back, chest almost touching his front, but not actually touching. Kazuya carrying her here. And then the sweat drops in contrast to the top. The image, they're literally reversed. They're literally structured in reverse. Two contrasting images. Let me pull up a... Kazuya's face is visible. Chizuru's face is hidden. Everybody's reaction. Chizuru kissing him. What's the similarity here? I'm sorry. Almost like she's sorry for this. And then the constant focus. And then this has no talking. This has a whole lot of talking. Everyone, I'm truly sorry for deceiving you all this time. I'm really sorry. I genuinely am Kazuya's girlfriend. Here she is, telling in contrast, here she's saying, you can't keep loving me because I can't be your girlfriend. And here she is saying, I genuinely am Kazuya's girlfriend now. They separate after this. What's going to happen now? Mami. Fuck this. Mami, fuck this. What the fuck? Fuck this. She's so mad. There's no Mami here. Mami was ignored. Do you see the contrast? Whereas in the opening of this page, whereas the opening of this chapter, her feet are literally touching the ground. Here, her feet are lifted. Because she's not grounded, she's actually literally getting to do what she wants to do. Because she's not on the ground, because she's not in reality, because she's literally floating up like in fiction, she's literally flying and free. She gets to touch him, she gets to do all these things she wanted to do. That's the contrast. Reiji's insane. I love him. He cooked so goddamn hard. Holy shit. This is literally the reverse of Hawaiians. I'm fucking telling you, motherfuckers. Nobody wants to listen to me. Oh my god. Yes! That's the reaction I want! Yes! Oh my god. Yes, that's the reaction I want. They definitely end up together. Crumpy, are you our unsung hero? What did Crumpy do? Okay, let me... Oh my god. Shadow of the Wind, you went off for some reason. What's going on? Chizuru Mizuhara is a character shaped by deep psychological trauma and emotional repression. At her core, she desperately wants to love and be loved, but is paralyzed by fear. This fear is rooted in loss and vulnerability. The more she craves warmth and closeness, the more she fears the pain it might bring. This places her directly in the hedgehog's dilemma. Her life taught her that attachment leads to grief, first with her parents and later with her grandmother. The last person she emotionally relied on, loss became her greatest teacher. To survive, Chizuru built a stoic and controlled persona. She hides her real emotions behind the mask of professionalism and detachment, becoming someone others can truly reach. She plays the role of the perfect girlfriend, but the real Chizuru stays locked away. Even when Kazuya offers genuine care, she instinctively keeps her distance. Her psyche is torn between the need to be self-reliant and the longing to be embraced, between wanting to be truly seen and fearing what would happen if someone actually did. In chapter 303, the fragile emotional equilibrium finally breaks. A flood of memory, pressure, and vulnerability cracks the armor, and she spent years of perfecting. It's not a love confession. It's a moment when she stops performing, where her humanity leaks out quietly and painfully. It's not theatrical. It's real and raw. Chizuru's greatest struggle is not whether she loves Kazuya, it's whether she can allow herself to love at all without the fear of being abandoned once again. The dilemma goes beyond romance. It reflects the universal fear of intimacy, the terrifying risk of being seen, touched, and hurt. The fear defines the deepest layers of who she is. Don't take this the wrong way. Please don't take this the wrong way. Did you actually write that? I'm sorry. I have so much doubts. It feels too well written, too well orchestrated, I'm really sorry if you actually wrote this, but the way it's written feels a little too scripted. It's too perfect. It feels like it was written by AI. I'm sorry for that. And I also don't think it's completely accurate to Chizuru's character. What this ignores is the lack of evolution in Chizuru's character up until this point. She got everything she wanted. She opened up. She got hurt. This is ignoring that Chizuru opened up and got hurt. What you're describing here is this moment. This is what you're describing. Not this. Not this. Not Chizuru actually opening up and willing to get hurt. Not Chizuru actually getting hurt. Chizuru thinks she needs to let him go, not because she's gonna get abandoned again or anything. Rather, she needs to let him go because she needs him to be happy. But she doesn't, because she thinks she can't give him that happiness. Not because she thinks she's undeserving of happiness. But then that expands to the original trauma, which is that idea of I'm not good enough, I'm unlovable. She's not putting on a persona here. That's the thing that made me feel like this was kind of scripted or someone else wrote this. Chizuru's not putting on a persona here. Like that's not a thing Chizuru's doing here. I don't agree with that. That was early in the series. But after the 3-month time skip, that's not a thing anymore. It's gone. It's gone. Chizuru was never putting on a persona. Minnie just kept saying she was. And so Kazuya only saw the persona. Chizuru's just hiding how really hurt she actually is. But it's starting to show. It's gone now. So I don't agree with that analysis. She's not trying to be self-reliant here. And longing to be embraced. That's not what's happening here. She's not trying to be self-reliant. She's just trying to put her pain to the side to be selfless so he's okay. And so she's torn between letting him go and letting him be happy and wanting to be with him. That's what she's torn between, not self-reliance. Those are two different things. You're talking about Chizuru at a different point in her life. You're talking about Chizuru during like the movie arc. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about Chizuru during the movie arc. You're not talking about Chizuru during this point in the story. Because Chizuru right now, throughout the entire cohabitation and this date, has been the most vulnerable she's ever been. This is not Chizuru. What you're describing is not Chizuru's character. That's not who Chizuru is right now. You are describing someone completely different. 1 second. Sorry about that. Just had to check on something. I heard some noise. Yeah. So that's where I disagree with that. Chizuru's hedgehog dilemma here is a little different from what you're describing. It has a different layer to it. Hey, I heard you talked about How Do We Relationship the other day and compare it to Rag, so I decided to check it out. I loved it and could definitely see the similarities. Thank you for the recommendation. Yes! Yes! More people are being converted! Buddy, it aches my heart whenever Reiji Sensei releases a visual for something on Twitter. People come to comment and so they can throw a shade at it. My friend makes fun of me and that I love Rag. Yeah. I'm just happy Reiji isn't focusing on these people. Like, he sees it, but he's okay. I apologize if I thought he was giving you the hard time in the serious discussion. Just ignore the haters. It's hard to just ignore haters. It's not that simple. Reiji tells Johan, create an ending. What are you cooking? Reiji tells Johan, created a ending. What are you cooking? What? If we talk about the favorite chapters, I love 164 Chizuru's reaction. I love 218 for how it made me feel close to Kazuya. Yeah, I was actually gonna mention 218 too. But you know, people never seem to understand that, and I don't want to get into explaining why I like that chapter again for the billionth fucking time. But I do like chapter 218. I also like chapter 244. 164, I don't know if it's my favorite. I like it, but I think some of the overhype around it has kind of taken away from it. I do like it though. I like 163. The end of 163, I like that a lot. People say 164. I like kind of 163 because of how it's Kazuya like, you know, standing up and facing her. Can we just be honest here and going to end they're going to end up together? Yeah, they are going to end up. I don't know if you're asking me, but yes, they are. Chapter 64 is another moment of Kazuya's brilliance. The way that anime Chizuru starts to cry, still holding she can. Chapter 226 and Bird. No, not at all. I love discussing with people, and I love when people disagree with me. Nothing is more boring than everyone agreeing. We won't get new perspectives if we aren't challenged. Yep, I agree with that. My favorite chapter is 306 and poor tired out Chibi Chizuru and how touching that arc is. Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I really like that. That's just fucking cute as shit. I love that. Bro, she went hard on that kiss, almost consuming him. Can anyone tell me they will end up together or not, please? They will. Just chill out. Take it easy. They definitely will end up together. Oh, man. Rereading chapter 164 brings me to tears. Oh, my God. Just get a room already. Nah, she wants more. Look at her. Jeez, he can really draw. Chizuru is just a poor, lonely girl that deserves to be loved. They're going to come together at euphemism and all. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? Bro, I hate how much she's blushing. Look at her. Or I forgot how much she's blushing. Look at her. From the time we start to follow Chizuru's POV, notice how much cooler Kazuya is and how much more flustered Chizuru looks. It's like they completely switched roles. Yep. Isn't that what's happening right now? Isn't that what is happening right now? Doesn't Kazuya look cool as shit right now and she's the one flustered and falling apart? Isn't that literally what's happening? Isn't Kazuya cool as shit right now? And she's the one falling apart. She's the one who's like the silly little girl in love. From the time we start to fall... Yeah, okay, we read that. I don't know why people keep saying that Chizuru rejected him because some of the fear of abandonment. Yeah, that's not what happened. No. No, that's not what fucking happened. I don't know why people are so stuck on that. That's not what... Chizuru didn't abandon him Chizuru didn't reject him out of a sense of abandonment. She literally just thinks she's not worthy enough. Someone even said she rejected him because she didn't want to be hurt later. She isn't Mami. Yeah. Chizuru got hurt. People are ignoring... Chizuru got hurt here. She let herself get hurt. Like literally, this is... Chizuru meeting Kazuya after the 3-month time skip is literally her letting herself get hurt. Where's the... This is Chizuru facing the fear and abandonment and is like, you know what? I'm ready to get hurt. Let's do this. I'm ready to get hurt. And she does. Chizuru gets hurt a whole bunch here. When they're at the izakaya and then Kazuya asks this question. Doesn't it make you sad or something? Look at her. This shit fucking hurts. Aren't you sad we just lost our apartments? Chizuru literally earlier, I'm sad that my family's gone. Literally earlier. But Minnie literally got this shit in Kazuya's head. Minnie literally made him believe this shit. Here's Chizuru at her family home. I just couldn't get rid of these pictures no matter what. I'm sad that they're gone. I guess that makes sense, her mom's picture. Humans are strange, aren't they? Though we remember nothing at all, people tell you this was your mom, and just like that, it makes you not want to get rid of a single picture. If there's anything I learned from my mom, it's to take pictures with our children. That's the only thing, really. Right up until now, she looked like she didn't particularly care, but she did, even about her mom. Well, that makes sense too. Even if it's Mizuhara, there's no way it doesn't get to her at least a little bit. It's not a big deal, but you've got your investigation, right? We're moving out of these apartments. It seems like it doesn't bother you at all. These are fundamental contradictions, and it would seem like bad writing initially, but then you see what the shit Minnie was saying to Kazuya, and suddenly you start to believe it too. Right? Yeah, like literally, Verkes wrote this, and I agree with that. This is the part I completely agree with. Because Minnie literally starts saying to Kazuya, I really don't understand what Mizuhara is thinking. We lived in the place for over 2 years now. Let's say she doesn't give a damn about it all. Even if she says he has to be sad about it. You're right. She's also supposed to be keeping up her investigation. There's no way she doesn't feel sad about being separated from Master. She has to have some warm feelings to be investigating, right? But did you see that face? There was no fucking emotion. Is she a fucking android? I wonder why Chizuru's not showing her emotions around Minnie. I wonder how it's a self-fulfilling prophecy created as a byproduct of Minnie's actions. And so Kazuya says this in contrast to what he saw at the house, where he can literally tell she does feel sad about it. She does feel something. Even so, she's trying her best, desperately trying to move forward. Chizuru literally accepts the abandonment and the sadness, and she keeps trying to move forward. People are misunderstanding. People are completely misunderstanding Chizuru's character, completely and utterly. Can anyone guess my favorite chapter? Chapter 215. Yeah, Chizuru's not doing this out of a sense of abandonment. That's a complete misunderstanding of her character. Isn't the problem that this series is suffering some Sisyphus syndrome and Chizuru is the boulder? What the fuck is that? What the fuck? I'm gonna pull this up here because I don't know what's gonna come up. What is Sisyphus syndrome? Healthcare may be similar to Sisyphus work. When the task is about to be completed, work hard to start all over again. Is this person just saying they're looping? Every time we're about to get progress, it's looping. Is that what this person's saying? Because if so, get the hell out. Everyone can guess my favorite chapter. Dude, chapter did bring tears to my eyes. Did you have a reference already made where I can watch chapter and team deep dive? I still struggle with it. I don't. There was a stream I did where I did talk about it. But I've never done a proper deep dive into the chapter. I guess because I've been like saving it for something like, a proper deep dive. So I guess that is kind of partially my fault. That I do need to get into that. So yeah. Here, give me a sec. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I need the restroom real quick. So BRB. Be back shortly. Quick question. Who here remembers when I did the talk on chapter 218? Like, what do you guys? I remember I talking about it in a stream. I don't remember which stream it was. Content live. Not that one. Maybe it was like further back. Was it like in the stream with Mother's Basement? The release of chapter 218 is a hazy blur that I can't remember any of the details of. I remember too much. I remember way too much. And I kind of hate it. So 218 was leaked 2 weeks before the chapter came out. 2 full weeks before the chapter came out. Yes, I know about Degenerosity's new video. He just says the same crap. He just says the same thing. There's nothing new. There's literally nothing new in the video. I'm not gonna go through it. There's no point. He just says the same shit. The dude literally skipped. The dude literally just straight up skipped to the date and assumed he would understand what's going on. And he's like, "Oh, I didn't get a confession. This fucking sucks." Yeah. Oh, cool thing someone did send me though. Oh, there's a few things here that we can talk about. Just one sec. So someone sent me this from the Discord. And so apparently the total amount shown in the manga that Kazuya spent is 480,000 yen, which seems like a lot, but it's actually not. So let's pull up how much 480,000 yen is. This is all the money that's ever showed in the manga. In terms of how Kazuya spent. Now, of course, what I'll do is just to be like, okay, I'll give you some leeway about this. I'll double that amount. Just to be like, maybe Kazuya spent that much. Into USD. Kazuya spent $3,311. Let's just, for clarity's sake, let's double that. Let's seemingly double that. Maybe at most, Kazuya spent 6,000 USD on Chizuru. That's it. It doesn't even reach 10,000. It doesn't even reach the amount they made for the crowdfunding, which was 10,000 yen or $10,000. Kazuya didn't even spend like how 250,000 divided by, let's go with 6,000. Yeah, 205. Remainder of 4. Alternatively as a decimal. Okay. This is stupid. I know better. I know math. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Why can't I think? What's 200 and what's 6 out of 205? What's 6 out of 205? No, it's not divided by 6. I can't think. What is the percentage of 6 out of 205? Why can't I think? This is pissing me off. My brain is fried. I hate it. It's stupid mornings. So I never liked math, dude. 6 divided by 205.24. Yeah, 2.4%. Thank you. Thank you for actually thinking better than me. I literally just pressed it in wrong. Yeah. Kazuya spent 2.4% of what people said he spent. Dude, this is why I hated math. This is straight up why I hated math, because I understand the idea, but when I'm put on the spot, I can't fucking do it. At most, I'm giving them leeway. So Kazuya didn't spend 6,000 according to the story, but I'm giving them leeway. I'm like, you know what? I'll double it. Because if we do 3 divided by 2, like that, suddenly that's going to be a whole lot less, isn't it? Kazuya spent 1.2%. Kazuya spent 1.2% of the 250K people said he did. I spend on my girlfriend 400K a year. Like, yeah. And this is the span over 2 years. What the fuck are people talking about? What the fuck are people talking about? Like, are you shitting me? Even after doubling it, it's not even that crazy. Dollars or yen? I converted yen to dollars. Oh, he's asking this person. Never mind. Sorry. Thank God I wasn't a fan back then. Yeah, no. If you're, I'm sorry, dude. Like, the Hawaiians arc was brutal. If you were a fan of this series, it was genuinely fucking brutal. I don't know how I persevered. To this day, I don't understand how the fuck I persevered. Why would Kazuya be crowdfunding if he can spend 250K? Yeah. And then if you say that to people, you know what they'll say? Oh, it's because it's bad writing. They won't think about it. They'll just excuse it to justify their own stance that it's poorly written. Like, bitch, what? That's literally what they did. I was watching Trash Taste talk about it. I have the clip. I have the clip. I was watching Trash Taste talk about it, and literally they're like, wait, I thought he was a broke college student. How does he have 250K? And they're like, yeah, because it's poorly written. I'm like, it's almost like it doesn't make any fucking sense. I like actually lost my marbles. Literally lost my shit. I was just like, bro, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? Where is it? Where is it? It's in my Rage playlist. It's in the Rage playlist. It's always in the Rage playlist. There's nowhere else it would be other than the Rage playlist. Yeah, it's this one right here. I'm not gonna watch it, but if you want to see it, here it is. Oh my god, it has... I lose faith in people every day. I somehow persevere, but I lose faith in people every day. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Every day I lose more faith in people. Every single day. Yeah, if you wanna watch that, here you go. No, close it. I don't care. Why Gigok only likes trash romance? Damn. All right, man. That's a sad way to look at life. That's a sad way to look. It's like the dude is conflating real adult shit with like trash. Justifying nonsense with nonsense seems logical to me. I guess. I don't. That seems like a weird take. I don't know. That's a weird fucking take. I don't know why people on social media are so fixated on Kazuya's expenses on Chizuru's son, even when he wanted nothing but an experience at the time of his depression. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah. To them, spending money is only valid if benefits you is a socially good way. It's a societally good way. Yeah, that's the idea. Is like you don't spend your money unless it benefits you, and they don't perceive this as a benefit to Kazuya because they can't perceive how he's viewing and understanding it. The night I read the arc, it made incoherent cow noises all night. Left my ass off. Oh my god. The logic of these people. Okay, we already read this. My jaws dropped when I saw the 250K. Like, how did he get money in general? Like, yeah, he didn't spend that much. In canon, the only amount that was ever shown was this. 480,000 yen, which equals to $3,000. Kazuya spent $3,000. Like, this is the amount that's shown, right? So we never see the amount that's ever spent. Okay, that's a big thing I think people never talk about. We never actually see Kazuya spend anything on the Paradise arc. That never happens. We never actually see a money exchange, almost like it doesn't matter, almost like it was never supposed to happen. Kazuya never ever spent, like, we never see him pay for Paradise ever. That never happens. And people never seem to address that. They only seem to focus on the part where Chizuru seemingly gives him a 2-day discount. But we never actually see him spend anything. So that's why the number here is 0. Because we never actually see Kazuya drop any sort of money. Like, it's wild, dude. Sometimes I watch them, but in that video, I straight up skipped that whole part. I knew it'd be nonsense. Yeah, doesn't Joey have a brand called Nonsense? That's good. That's good, dude. The stories fucking write themselves. That's so fucking funny. So, no. What was I saying? Yeah, no, like, it's weird how sometimes they make sense. But then the moment they talk about this series, it's literally like they're making shit up. It's so weird how sometimes they can actually make some coherent sense. And what they're saying is interesting. Like, I watch Connor play like games on his streams. I watched him play Final Fantasy VIII. I watched him play Final Fantasy VII. I watched him play Metal Gear Solid Rising. It was very fun to watch him, and he's an entertaining dude. But I do think, like, almost all of them, including Connor, even though Connor's my favorite out of the bunch, are kind of too stuck in that perception of how people should act or perceive things or how things should be. And it shows a lot in how they talk about things, and it blinds them sometimes in cases like this story. Whereas, like, Connor initially actually, he played Metal Gear Solid 1. After Rising, he played Metal Gear Solid 1, and he really liked it. He thought Metal Gear Solid 1 was, like, absolute peak. So, there you go. But it's really sad because Connor seemingly has all of the information to know otherwise, and he actually does counter them multiple times, until recently, where he kind of just started just saying the same stuff as them and started just kind of agreeing with them. But before, Connor would actually disagree with them, and he'd be like, no, I actually really like the start. And then somehow I think Gaunt kind of like convinced him that, like, it was always bad or something. Maybe he watched the Mother's Basement video or something and that changed his mind, but I don't know. And it's weird because Connor literally did a video where he goes out when he rents, like, a mom and a sister or something, and he actually tries to understand the culture around renting and why it happens. And that video actually informs so much of the series when you understand what is going on. And yet, for some reason, he never applies that to the actual story. It's kind of baffling that Connor seemingly has more information than, like, everybody else, and he never applies it to the story, even though it's literally in there. Even though that stuff is literally in there, the things he experiences, the stuff he talks about, the things he comes to understand, it's literally in the story. And for some wild reason, he never applies it, ever. Granted, Connor never watched past season 1, I think, and he got most of his information from Gaunt. So that's the crazy part for me. Is, like, when I watched that video, I'm like, wow, this is actually super informative about the whole rental thing and this seemingly important part of Japanese culture that really kind of delves into this stuff. And somehow none of them apply it anywhere into the narrative, even though it's literally in there and is mentioned a few different times, just not directly by name. It's just not mentioned directly by name. That's the only difference. Connor's the funniest one, like how he was spending this time setting up factories in Satisfactory game. Uh, yeah. Anywho, um, so I saw some stuff here. Just give me a sec. With the mini art book. Oh, you can buy it from Animate. More expensive than usual. Really? 132,000 yen. That means there'll be 2 editions: the cheap one, the normal one, the red hoodie, and the expensive one, the special one, the blue hoodie. Includes Chizuru Mizuhara mini art book. Oh, it does say that right here. Oh. Cool detail. Cool detail. Just found this out. So here's this. And here's this. We're going to zoom in right here. There's a difference. There's nothing written here. There's something written right here. This reads, includes Chizuru Mizuhara mini art book. So, only the blue one includes the Chizuru Mizuhara art book. The red one does not. So the red one doesn't include the art book. So I'm going to have to buy 2 now, huh? Yep. Okay, that is cool. We learned something new. That is actually quite useful. So now we know that's all cleared up. Forgive me for asking, but why did Chizuru brought up a 2-date discount? It's been a while since I read that arc and would like some clarification. Okay, I'm going to just read you what I wrote. I wrote a whole thing for it. I'm going to just read it for you, buddy. Just for you. You guys are getting a sneak preview for a video. Let's take chapter 205, for instance. I'm going to pull it up just so you guys have a clear view of what I'm talking about. So this is something I wrote. You guys are getting a sneak preview. Kazuya goes out at night to get some water. Chizuru follows Kazuya. Chizuru follows Kazuya after he clearly wanted to confess before. She gives him the opportunity to do it. Right? This is literally Chizuru giving him the opportunity to do it. She gives a stupid excuse. I was just thirsty. That's why I'm here. I was feeling kind of thirsty too. Having a vending machine on every floor is pretty convenient. He gives her a water and he just stands there. Okay. He's not going for it. So they just stand there, keep standing there, and she tries to leave. Okay. She wants to stay, but nothing is happening. So she tries to leave, but stops. She turns around. Okay. Where is it? Saying she can't charge him for the whole time, that it's crazy. So she's going to give him a discount. To many, this moment was baffling. What do you mean a discount? You got to go on this trip for free. Well, think about it from her POV. She can't break the boundary because she's been told she needs to stay professional. Okay. Go away. Go away. Let me see the thing. Literally conditioned by Mami that she can't act out of line. So she wants the I love you from Kazuya, the go ahead. But that never happens. So she will at least do this, acknowledging she did something wrong and taking the one path she thinks she can. Listen to what she says here. It was partly my fault, this time for not refusing outright, and I'm the one who stopped us from coming clean when Grandma collapsed. She's shouldering this on her own. I just thought I should tell you while we were alone. I didn't know when I'd have another chance. No, she says that, but it never would have come to this if I'd been able to fix this thing from the start. Even this trip, she didn't have to go through all of this. Kazuya misunderstands a little bit. Okay. She acknowledges that she did something wrong, and she takes the one path that she thinks she can, knowing it's partly her fault, but clearly blaming herself about her grandma and the lies. Even now, she's shouldering the blame and Kazuya sees it. This is her way of atoning while not breaking the boundary, establishing between them, establish between them, not breaking the boundary established between them. She's giving Kazuya the space to do this his way. She's not pushing him, something she reinforces later when speaking to Mami and gets mad when with how she's treating the ring. So do you guys remember when we were reading chapter 216? And what does Chizuru say to Mami? We went to chapter 216. What does Chizuru say to Mami? Oh, no, it's chapter 217. My bad. Wrong one. Don't you think you're handling this the wrong way? Going behind Kazuya's son's back to his grandma is crazy. Don't you see that? I understand that I didn't draw a clear line. I know I'm part of the reason the lies have dragged out this long. But isn't it up to Kazuya-san to decide when to lie and when to set the record straight? And I just can't help but think he's looking for that opportunity. In fact, time after time, he's tried to tell the truth. What is Chizuru trying to do here? She's trying to give him a choice. Because what has been happening this whole time with Kazuya? He's had no choice. This trip started because Grandma made a choice and he didn't. He had no autonomy over that situation. He couldn't stop her. She made that choice without him. Ruka walked into his home and didn't give him a choice. Chizuru, when Kazuya tried to confess, unintentionally didn't give him a choice. Because she ran away. She got freaked out by what he did. He pushed her a little bit. So what is she doing here? She's creating a scenario to let him have a choice. This is why she never breaks the boundary. This is why she never removes rental as an equation. She does it very intentionally so Kazuya feels like he's not under too much pressure and so that she's letting him make the choice. She knows he wants to confess. She's trying to let him confess. Do it. Feel okay to do so. Okay, let me keep reading. She's giving Kazuya the space to do it his way. She's not pushing him, something she reinforces later when speaking to Mami and gets mad at how she's treating the ring, something she also feels insanely guilty over holding. She's not allowed to break this boundary until she can truly date Kazuya, but she can't initiate it. He has to. Not because she's not allowed to, but not because like, oh, he should do it, I shouldn't have autonomy over this. It's more so because he's never had a choice in this time. She's letting him have a choice. Just like what she says, it's the client's choice. It's not mine. She doesn't want to give him the I love you and take that away from him. It's his to do. It's his moment. So let's keep reading. He has to, because it's his choice. She's not allowed to make a choice here. She can't force anything more onto him. If she says she loves him, then she took his choice away. This is the thing she's been meaning to say this whole time. Kazuya then feels the need to apologize, realizing how she's dealing with this alone. He tells her, I'm sorry this vacation is stupid, I'm sorry I dragged you into it, but she doesn't feel this way. Listen to what Kazuya says. All this stuff with Mami-chan, Ruka-chan, Kurabashi too, you're having to deal with all that stuff and lie to everyone. If it weren't you, Mizuhara, I'm sure it would have ended up upsetting Grandma a long time ago. Like, everything would have blown up. Like, I'm sure you're already sick and tired of hearing me say thanks and sorry all the time. Look at how she's looking at him. You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. That's not how I feel. Hey, not so loud. Sorry. I guess it's not all that bad, huh? Mami-san's not pressing us as much as I thought she would. Ruka-chan's playing along with it too. And Curry-kun, he's being pretty mature. It feels kind of weird to me too. Taking my swimsuit for a dip in the pool, playing volleyballs with others, eating some great food, going into the baths, and like it's kind of refreshing, honestly. I've been working myself so hard all this time. I've been pretty much never gotten the chance to let my hair down like this. You said I'm perfect just the way I am, so I don't have to watch how I act all the time either. Thank you so much for inviting me. She literally counters everything he said. She literally counters literally everything he just said. No, I am enjoying this. This means something to me. This is important to me. Let's keep reading with what I wrote. Let's see. Careful. To make the choice for him. This means that. Okay. Kazuya apologizes clearly, but she doesn't feel this way. Kazuya says, I'm sorry for dragging you into this, but she doesn't feel this way at all. She appreciates this vacation. It clearly means the world to her. As he says, you're probably sick of hearing this, Chizuru looks at him like, you idiot, it's literally the opposite. She tells him that she actually really enjoyed her time, that he's not imposing, that he's not a hindrance, that if anything, this trip has actually let her relax, considering she hasn't gotten to have fun when spending all this time chasing her dream. She thanks him directly. Thank you for inviting me. It really means a lot. It's a genuinely touching moment between the pair. Kazuya realizing he really helped Chizuru, that she got to have fun putting on a bikini, eating food, hanging out with good people, and Chizuru acknowledging Kazuya but letting him go at his own pace, not pushing him, not breaking the barrier but easing it, giving him the clues for the go-ahead, giving him time, creating the perfect moment for him, slowly letting him do his thing on his own. She knows this is tough for him, and she doesn't want to take that away from him, because she sees how hard he's trying, and she knows she didn't let him before because things were not good. But now it is good. Now it's perfect. It's just them. She feels at ease, and so does he. Do I confess now? Do I confess to her right now? Right now? And they get interrupted. This interruption's important, but bear with me. There's a reason it happens. It's very intentional. Okay. She feels at ease, and so does he, hoping to remove rental. But if she can't right now, the least she can do is give him a discount that eases his worries on the money spending. Just once, Kazuya shares his feelings that he can take the time and make a plan. Misread that. That after they clear everything up, that once that's done, Kazuya shares his feelings, they can take the time and make a plan together. Just like she told him on the train. We'll get through this together. But they get interrupted by Harumi, Kazuya's mom. After which, while cliché, actually plays directly into Chizuru's struggle, but also how there won't be a perfect moment for a confession. It won't just happen how we hope, because life keeps moving and it doesn't wait for us. That's why we gotta seize the moment, but also make sure to communicate it properly. Something the pair really struggle with here, as they were very out of sync. Chizuru is struggling with Mami and trying to tell Kazuya about it, and Kazuya is struggling with his family and trying to confess, not realizing that he can literally support Chizuru without confessing, misunderstanding each other's intent and ultimately hurting each other while trying to help. Let's look back at chapter 205 for a second. Chizuru gave Kazuya a discount on a trip she got to go on for free, and then she made a sly smile thanking him for the trip. What a faker. God, I hate her. How can she smile like that? I hate that fake smile of hers. I'll spare you the pleasantries and tell you Mami said these exact words to her later. I'm reading this kind of bad, but in chapter 206, Mami literally fucking sees them. Liar. Liar. You're kidding. A ring? Liar. Literally everything people say is literally what Mami thinks. Straight up. Straight up. Okay. How funny coming from the girl who always fakes a smile and has done it for a long time. She can't even recognize the person behind one anymore. Only the few smiles she's seen, and so assumes the worst, views the worst, sees nothing but the worst. Telling Chizuru she doesn't judge her job, and yet 2 seconds later and 2 seconds after, she literally does that exact thing. Forcing Chizuru to act for her, while Chizuru pleads with Mami to recognize Kazuya and realize she never actually looked at him, acknowledging how much love he has to give, that he could really make her happy for her life. The same girl is supposedly the bad person here, the one saying Kazuya could make someone happy for life. That's that he's this amazing person. But yeah, so the point of this scene with Mami and why the point of this scene with Kazuya and why Chizuru is not seemingly breaking the barrier and not just saying, I'm giving you this for free, is because she's trying to keep this barrier up between them and let Kazuya break it. She's just easing his tension to let him break it. Is it perfect? No, it's not. It's not perfect. But she's trying her best to ease his worries. Look, you don't have to pay a whole lot of money. I'm going to keep this as cheap as possible. Don't feel like you're pressured into anything. And she's literally easing the burden. She's literally easing it. She's like, look, I'm breaking this rule right now, right? We're literally breaking this rule right now. You can break this. You can do this. Just like she's literally pushing him. You can do this. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Okay. Hey Johan, I just wanted to say thanks for these discussions. It opens my eyes on how deep the manga is. I always thought it had substance, been reading ever since the first season, but I was casually reading the manga every week without actually thinking about it. Johan in the chat have given me the tool to look at this manga in a different way. We'll definitely reread the manga. Hey, that's awesome, Peter. Peter! Peter Parker! The data arc will end at chapter 247. I'm sure of it. From where it has left, this time the Kazuya will kiss her and she will put her hands, by the way, in them, and Kazuya, that happens. 247? We're way past that point. I don't know what you're referring to, buddy. Everybody that loves this manga should visit this channel. Damn, thanks. Because that's where Kazuya was thinking, am I the right person? But in a few chapters, he will know that he was the right person all along. I like that. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Thank you. Really appreciate the sneak peek. Yeah, I read it kind of weird. I'm sorry about that. I kind of read it weird because the script was a little disorganized. But yeah, that's what I was trying to point out. Is that what was happening with that was is Chizuru is literally trying to ease the burden without breaking it because she doesn't believe she has the right to break it. It's not hers to break. It's Kazuya's. It's not Chizuru's choice to end the rental relationship. It's Kazuya, because who initiated it? Who signed the contract? Who started all of this? Kazuya. They met because Kazuya started this. She's trying to end it the way it began, with Kazuya ending it. With Kazuya ending it because it's his choice. It's his autonomy. It's his money. It's his choices. She's trying to let him do it. It is your choice. She's trying to give him a choice. But that's where the misunderstanding occurs, because if you just look at it as Chizuru's still charging him for this trip, even though she gets to come for free, your base perception is that how could she charge him? She's a terrible person. And people reacted exactly like this when the chapter came out. When the chapter came out, that's exactly how people reacted. They're just pissed at Chizuru, they're mad, and pretty much the more the arc continues and the less information you're given, the more people started to feel validated in their belief that Chizuru is a bad person. And this instances like this are literally why Gigok started to believe she's a bad person, and why, when Mami started saying the shit that she was saying, he sided with Mami. Because to him, that gaslighting, Mami literally gaslit us. And it worked. Mami literally gaslit people reading the story, and it fucking worked. And Reiji was aware of this. He knew this. He was completely aware of this. That's why he has Minnie saying she's just deceiving you. That's why he has these doubts in the background, in contrast to how Chizuru is actually acting. In contrast to what we understand about Chizuru up until this point. In contrast to what we've seen with Chizuru up until this point. It's literally antithetical to Chizuru's character if you pay attention for 2 fucking seconds. But if you don't, and you start to misinterpret her intent, you start to misinterpret scenes like this, suddenly, all of a sudden, Chizuru feels like a bad person. How could she do this? How could she take his money knowing full well he loves her and he's giving her this trip for free, when in reality she's literally trying to remove money from the equation, but she's trying to let it be his choice. Do you want to remove money from this equation? We can. Do it. Come on, break the rule. I'm easing it. Break the rule. Remove it. Tell me how you feel. Let it out. Be honest about your feelings. Let it all out. And that's what she's doing. And at this time, Chizuru actually believed she loved him at this time. It's after this point where Chizuru starts doubting herself because of Mami, because of Ruka. Literally, after this point, she starts doubting her feelings. And that's when it starts. But at this point, Chizuru actually thinks she loves him. She actually genuinely believes it. But she starts doubting it and not believing it because of these other characters. Because of all these external factors. And we end up in the misunderstanding that we are now. But at this point, Chizuru actually believes it. I love him. Like, she knows this. That's why she creates an opportunity to let him confess. Why do that if you're not going to reciprocate his feelings? Why do that knowing he's going to confess? Why follow him in the middle of the night? By the way, are we in the night right now again in the current story? Why do that if your intent was to reject him. What's the point? Why do this? That doesn't make any sense. It's almost like she's literally following him because she was going to reciprocate his feelings. She's letting him say it so they can work through this together, so they can plan this together. But unfortunately, a misunderstanding occurs here. They fall out of sync. This arc is the reverse of that other one. Whereas the other one, they hurt each other without meaning. Whereas this one, they hurt each other while trying to help. The other one is kind of flipped in that sense. They're helping each other the entire arc, but they think they need to make this choice again. In the date, they're helping each other throughout the entire date. They're supporting each other throughout the entire day. They don't know how much the other person is helping them and how much it means to them. But Chizuru still thinks she needs to come to that conclusion, even though everything in the date is saying otherwise. Whereas here, it's the opposite. Everything is saying now is not the right time. Don't do it yet. You need to work together, and then afterwards solve it. But instead they do the opposite. Here, the story is literally like, look at how well you work together, even though you're not technically dating. Look at how well you work together. Look at how well everything is going. But in the end, they feel like they have to make that choice out of a misunderstanding, not because they kept pushing the person and hurting them. Chizuru thinks she's hurting him. She's not. And in turn, she ends up hurting him. They're doing literally the opposite. In that one, they're trying to help and they hurt the other person. In this one, she thinks she's hurting him, so she tries to help and she hurts him. It's the flip. It's literally the script got fucking flipped on purpose. This arc is literally the fundamental opposite of the Hawaiians arc. By its fundamental nature, it's the opposite of the Hawaiians arc. Yeah, Mami ruined the trip. Yep. Sorry, Jaws. I've been saying this. Chizuru's answer would have been different pre-Paradise. Yes, it totally would have. It totally would have. That's why Chizuru said that she's unable to forgive Mami. Yeah. I love the manga discussions. The problem is other people don't want to listen to other perspective or different ideas. Personally, I had the same problem with the other series. There's a reason why I stuck with this manga for so long. There's something special here. Yeah, I agree. It's why I stick with this manga so much in contrast to other manga. Oh yeah, we never got to read this. Damn it. Okay. I still got some tea. Tea. Okay. This is gonna be a big one. Verkes, if you're here, you should pay attention because this I actually really like this post that someone made. It's pretty interesting. Okay. The shadow represents the realm of the unverified beliefs. In the shadow realm, Kazuya believed that he loved Chizuru, and Chizuru believed that she loved Kazuya. Only in the shadow realm are the two of them together, because in the real world, of the unverified beliefs, only Kazuya believed that he loved Chizuru. In the real world of verified beliefs, Chizuru doubted her love for Kazuya in the absence of verification of her love. Feet touching the ground connects you to your shadow, but represents the idea verified by evidence in reality, the idea connected to the evidence that supports it. Chizuru looked at Kazuya's back, the back of his head, and said, "Maybe it was because my feet weren't touching the ground, but for some reason it looked different somehow." There exists a chasm between Chizuru's impossible dream of being Kazuya's girlfriend and her reality, that she's not his girlfriend. Her feet were not touching the ground. This time, her man was not able to make her impossible dream come true, and they were out of time. So she thought parallel to the movie arc. With the chasm between her impossible dream and her reality, feet touching the ground, shadow and body disconnected, Kazuya had started to smell just a little bit like Katsuhito to her, the bad Katsuhito. What's the bad Katsuhito? Represents the idea verified by evidence. Possible dreams come true. That's a weird take. I can kind of agree with the idea that the shadows literally being disconnected from your shadow is like you're living in a fantasy. You're not in the grounded reality. I can kind of agree with that. That is interesting. I don't know if Kazuya smells like the bad Katsuhito, which is, the one where impossible dreams come true. Sayuri and Chizuru's mother. Chizuru is 1% weakness. Most of her weaknesses are consequences of that one weakness. It's the one weakness that Kazuya has to step up to make up for. More specifically, to take the leap of faith on Chizuru's love for him. The leap Chizuru ought to make herself, by right, but cannot make due to her weakness. Sayuri gave us a hint about this in chapter 112. So I was worried about whether you brought back a decent guy. This was about Chizuru's mother's sloppy pick. In choosing her father that led to her childhood trauma, having neither parent nor sibling. Chizuru can believe all she wants that she loves Kazuya enough to make out with him, to accept the ring, and make love with him, and to have children. But until she does some of it, the belief remains unverified. This is that she is not good enough. That this is not good enough. This is not good enough for Chizuru. Chizuru cannot risk subjugating a child to what she experienced as a child based on unverified beliefs about her love for Kazuya. Chizuru needs verification of her love for Kazuya before she can allow herself to be his girlfriend, but she also cannot allow herself to do any of it to verify her belief until she is his girlfriend. She is therefore stuck in the chicken and egg dilemma. I never thought I could allow myself to be someone's girlfriend. This was ultimately what got me to figure out Chizuru's dilemma, specifically because all other interpretations of this I could come up with felt like a stretch. I could have sworn there was other stuff you wrote. What else? You wrote some other stuff, I'm pretty sure. Damn, what else did you write? I could have sworn, I feel like I read something else from you. Oh, this is yesterday. Maybe I can go back to this stream. There we go. This is what I read last time, and I thought, take care, Tanishk. Have a good day. See you later. This was in the video before that. I didn't want to hijack the stream with too many messages, blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to skip a little bit. To explain the chicken and egg dilemma. You have always spoken in more narrative voice, so I'll give it another try in a more narrative voice to see if I can get the idea through. Look, exact same love equivalence interpretation you did until last Friday. So if I couldn't get through here, no sweat. I know the blah, 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 blah. Let's go here. I would simply reframe Chizuru would allow Kazuya to herself, to Kazuya's girlfriend, to pin down her actual thought process. Due to her childhood trauma attributed to her mother's perceived sloppy pick, by choosing her dad, Chizuru set a very high bar for belief in matters of romantic love. Chizuru cannot believe she will want that. Chizuru can believe all she wants that she loves Kazuya enough to make out with him, be his bride, make love with him, and have his children. All she wants, but until she does some of these things, her beliefs in her love for Kazuya remains an unverified belief. She cannot allow herself to be someone's girlfriend and risk subjugating a child to what she experienced based on unverified beliefs. Chizuru also can't allow herself to do any of these things which can verify her beliefs until she already is his girlfriend. She is therefore stuck. She cannot allow herself to be somebody's girlfriend until she has verified her beliefs that they can love each other. But she also can't allow herself to do these things which can verify her beliefs in her love for her partner unless she is already his girlfriend. I kind of agree with this. That she's stuck between a rock and a hard place where to verify her beliefs, she needs to interact with him physically. But she can't interact with him physically until she's his girlfriend. Isn't that literally what Kazuya is going through? Kazuya wants to intimately interact with Chizuru and touch her, but he feels like he's not allowed to touch her until she's his girlfriend. So they're both stuck, intentionally so, and one of them needs to take a leap of faith. Chizuru kind of can't right now. So Kazuya is going to do it. Kazuya is going to take the massive risk. Now you see what I mean when she says, I never thought I could allow myself to be somebody's girlfriend. Chizuru is stuck in a chicken and egg dilemma. You can see a live demonstration of how Chizuru's belief in love works in chapter 26 and 27. In chapter 26, Chizuru said this about the belief that Ruka loved Kazuya. Who can even say if she really loves you or not? Love. You can't rent that from someone, and you can't just say, well, all right, and accept it. In chapter 27, look at what convinced Chizuru to tell Kazuya to try dating Ruka. Ruka broke down that hard in front of Kazuya. Chizuru assigned the meaning that Ruka loved Kazuya enough to break down that hard in front of him because Ruka loved him. To Chizuru, in giving Kazuya what he cannot buy from a rental girlfriend, Ruka has proven that her love for Kazuya goes beyond that of a rental girlfriend. That was the proof of Ruka's love for Kazuya that satisfied Chizuru's standards for her belief on love. Chizuru turned from a skeptic to a believer for Ruka's love for Kazuya when she saw the deed. Now Chizuru applies the same standard to her own belief that she loves Kazuya. When she broke her second rule of her dilemma and allowed herself to make out with Kazuya at the Hawaiians without being his rental girlfriend, the indiscretion actually gave her a potential way out of her dilemma. If she can assign the meaning that she kissed him, if she can assign the meaning that she kissed him because she loved him to the kiss, her indiscretion wasn't a setback. It was an opportunity. Ultimately, though, the meaning of the kiss was muddled by other things and she couldn't use it as proof of her love for Kazuya. This gives you more ammunition on your mini perspective. Most of the practice date was completely pointless, trying to solve problems which didn't need to be solved or didn't even exist. The one difference it did make was a negative one, robbing Chizuru of the one thing that could have gotten her closer to verifying her belief of her love for Kazuya. That was the one thing she could do for him, and she wouldn't do as a rental girlfriend, splitting the check. Remember the manatees? Chizuru and Kazuya had an absolute blast, and Chizuru looked at Kazuya happy face and was like, crestfallen downer. Why? Let's see that again. I don't think Chizuru was crestfallen. That's not how I interpreted it. It feels like she finally got through somehow. That's to me is how I interpreted the scene. It felt like to Chizuru she finally got through somehow. But something goes wrong. So let's get to that really quick. 362, I think. No. 363, maybe. No, okay, so I'm totally wrong now. 364, 365, 366. Yep, it's 366. It doesn't look crestfallen. But the expression is hidden here. She's finally seeing the Kazuya smile with her like he smiled when he was with the kids. She's finally seeing Kazuya smile like he smiled with the kids around her. She finally did that. And she actually looks pretty happy afterwards. Right? She actually looks kind of happy afterwards. Kazuya gets the call from Mami. Let's see what changes this. She finally made him happy. And something happens here. I figured it out. She realized she was leading. She was taking from him. She steps back. I took the lead out of habit. Actually, what do you think? Do you normally prefer girls who aren't too forward and follow 3 steps behind? Is that your type? It's just when I go on dates, I often find myself with inexperienced clients. I just thought I'd like to ask. That's 3 steps behind. I mean, it's best if I could take the lead myself, but I'm not very confident. When I'm wrong about something, you put me on the right path. When things are difficult, you help me keep my head on straight. To be honest, I really appreciate it. I love that kind of stuff about you. Love. He said the word love. I love you. Okay. Well, I guess it's a pretty difficult. There isn't really an answer to this. People tend to think that guys are supposed to take the initiative on dates, but in the long term, it probably won't be like that forever. It's true that I have some habits from going on rental dates, but it's not like everything I do is an act. Well, I'll give it a try. I'll let you decide on more things than I normally would as a rental girlfriend, but I'll take the lead more than people would expect. This is hard. And the shift happens. Do you see what happened? That moment is now misconstrued in Chizuru's head because Kazuya here is able to explain to Chizuru perfectly why he's okay with her leading and it doesn't bother him. Then Chizuru asks this question. And so that moment, like the kiss, the moment when Chizuru sees Kazuya smile in the earlier chapter. Nope. Where is it? Where is it? Let's close some of these. Close this one. Close this one. Close this one. Close. 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 Close this. Close this. Yeah, that can go too. Nope, close that one. Nope. That one can go, and that one can go. Okay. You're in 66. That moment now, this moment that could prove to Chizuru that she can make Kazuya happy, that she literally sees him happy, is now muddied by the chapter right after, where what happens? Chizuru asks Kazuya, "Hey, can you tell me why are you able to say that you love me?" Now this isn't when it happens. It's chapter 368. I want you to notice something. And what's the difference? What's the difference between these scenes? Earlier, she made Kazuya happy. She finally got him to be happy. And then right here, she saw how hard he was thinking about it, but she made him uncomfortable. So she keeps going. She made him uncomfortable. She doubted him. And again, we see her mouth hidden when he confesses here. "I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable, but don't worry. I don't have any doubts either about your feelings. Not mine, your feelings." She recognizes she made him uncomfortable in contrast to when she made him happy. And so now this moment is muddied because now she has doubts that she can make him happy. So what happens right after this? Chapter 369 is when Chizuru finally says this. This is when we first hear the but. This is when it starts. Then they go to this place, and Chizuru asks him a question. "How much do you want to go out on dates?" And yet again, what do we see? She made him sad or uncomfortable. Every single result, every time she asks, Kazuya doesn't seem particularly happy afterwards, which all acts as confirmation bias. She looks away every time Kazuya blushes like this. It depends on the timing. I totally want to message the person I love. Me too. Finally, they connected on something. I want to message the person I love. There might be times when I can't, but I enjoy talking on the phone and keeping in touch. Yeah, we know. This was confirmed in chapter 244. She really does like texting. Sorry, but I need to use the restroom. Can I get the key to the locker? Do you see how the message is kind of getting muddied? Do you see how the message is kind of getting muddied? Every time she gets confirmation she's right, she also gets confirmation she's wrong. And it keeps happening over and over. And there's no direct, clear answer. There's no foolproof answer to everything. Now, I feel like I'm a little off here. In particular, Chizuru doesn't look crestfallen here. I feel like I'm missing something, personally. I feel like I'm missing something. I can't seem to quite put together why Chizuru kind of doubts her feelings here after this moment. Because she seemingly did it. She finally made him happy. But for some reason, my reasoning for chapter 368 feels like there's something a little off. It feels like there's something a little off here. Or not 368, 367. Yeah. What triggers Chizuru's doubts? Was it this? Was it this moment? Is this what triggers Chizuru's doubts? Is this why she steps back? This is when it starts. She doubted herself because she did something out of line. Not because is that what it was? The way she turns to him and smiles with closed eyes. Yeah, maybe it was this. Maybe it was this. And again, she looks like a kid here. Hey, can you tell me why you're able to say that you love me? Kazi is being placed in the position of a parent, in the position of an adult, to give a crazy, unrealistic answer. I don't know. You guys will have to let me know. Kazuya thinks Chizuru's 1% weakness, so he thinks he supports her only 1% effect. But Chizuru feels like she's 99% weakness, so she feels like Kazuya supports her almost entirely. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good take. I respect her to girlfriend and not doing a female childhood friend character. It really is better than the overused tropes are not present in a story. Yeah, because it takes inspiration from Eizan Ikoku, which literally doesn't have this. It's not about getting evidence that she can make happy or not. She already has verified evidence that she can make a client happy. She can do what she did for him at the Mani-Teas without any more feelings than just a rental girlfriend. Really? So you think it's not about verifying? Okay, so that was verification for Chizuru, in your opinion, that she made him happy there. So, but then so why turn him down if she knows she can make him happy? Isn't that like a huge basis of her struggle? Is that she feels like he shouldn't be with her? Isn't that the huge basis of her struggle? That's okay, I guess I can keep reading. She looks crestfallen, down, or why? She was remembering that it was the something that he could get from a rental girlfriend. It was not progress. Oh, as a rental girlfriend, she can make him happy. It's not something she can actually give. She can make him happy and smile, but it's not something she can actually give. Oh, that's a cool analysis. Okay. So she sees that she can make him happy, but that can't be love. There has to be more to it. Okay. Because that's not her issue. Remember the kiss, ring, sex, and kids proposition? She needs evidence for that. Let's read this again. I've been thinking ever since that day, what is love? What kind of person do I love? I can't stop thinking about it. I mean, everyone falls in love for different reasons. I guess you'd want a lifetime partner who's not poor, is nice, is fun to be with, never feels awkward to be around, stays clean, has good looks, but I feel like it's none of these. Oh. What she's describing is a rental girlfriend. Everything she just described is a rental girlfriend. Oh. Remember the kiss, ring, sex, and kiss proposition? She needs evidence for that. But that's a misunderstanding. You disagree for doing dollar conversions for how much he spent? Why? What is that? What do you mean? What does that do? That just... No, 100, but 100 yen is not a dollar. That's not how it works. It's not a dollar. No, it shouldn't. That's stupid. It's literally not. So why are you translating it directly? Because if you do, you'll end up with more money than it actually is worth. That makes no sense. You need to convert it properly so you give people a proper translation. Not an inaccurate one. That makes no fucking sense. Okay, but you lived in Korea. Look, just because you didn't think about it, it doesn't make it inaccurate. It's not though. It's not though. There is a conversion that can explain to you how much it's actually worth. Conversion currency isn't 1-to-1. Yeah, it varies. It varies per country. It's different per country. That feels like a very strange argument. It's like you're trying to pigeonhole how what the money is like without trying to actually understand the intent behind it. It can feel like a dollar, but it doesn't mean it should be treated like a dollar. When you're trying to convey something to people, you don't translate it directly. Like that's not how it should be treated. You shouldn't, like, if I'm trying to make someone understand, I'm not gonna tell them like this is what it should be. I'm gonna translate it so they get a better idea of how much he spent. Like it can feel that way, but like it'll help people understand the price difference a little bit. I feel like this is just overcomplicating it. In their country, it's treated that way, sure, but you're overcomplicating it for people who are just trying to understand. I think you're kind of missing the point here. You can buy something with 100 yen that you could buy with $1. Well, actually, no. Actually, no. That's not true. In Japan, you could buy something with 100 yen that you could buy with $1. In the United States, you can't. It would cost differently here. So the money worth is different. There's a lot of things that are not worth $1 in Japan that like cost less than $1. But there's a lot of you're also not considering how price is worth in Japan in contrast to what price is worth here. There's a massive money difference here. The argument by anime YouTubers and Twitter is that it's $250K US dollars. It doesn't matter what it feels like. Yeah, exactly. They're specifically saying Kazuya spent $250,000. He spent $250,000. That's what they're saying. So naturally, I have to convert it to make it more clear to them. No, he didn't spend that much in US dollars. We're not talking. See, I think this is where the misunderstanding is occurring. Frog, I'm just going to call you Frog. I think this is where a misunderstanding is occurring. I'm trying to talk to American audiences who believe that Kazuya spent $250,000. They don't care what the yen is worth. They don't care how the yen is perceived. That's what I'm talking about. They don't care about that. They're focusing on their own currency, their own money. So I have to translate it so they understand. Right? So it doesn't matter what it feels like to Kazuya. That's not what he spent. Right? Like, so to them, 1.8 million yen is not $1 million. It's $10,000. So I need to translate it so they understand. So while it is perceived that way by Japanese people, it's still not that kind of money. To them, it's worth that kind of money. Yes, but that's not what it costs. Okay? So yes, Kazuya spent 480,000 yen on Chizuru, which seems like a crazy number, and in Japan, it technically is. It technically is that kind of number. However, they have the currency to get that kind of money. Kazuya can get that kind of money if he saves up. It's not unrealistic, but he is poor by Japanese standards in that same way. So it is both a lot of money and it isn't. Just as in the United States, 10K seems like a lot of money, but you are poor in comparison to more wealthy families. See what I mean? So that conversion is important. You do need to understand that to recognize these kinds of things. Yes, it's still a lot of money. However, you can't translate it directly because you end up with situations with how the K-manga translates it. Well, where they will say that Kazuya spent $500 on his shoes when he didn't. He spent $380 on his shoes, or $360 on his shoes. That's a whole. He saved. That's a $200 difference. That's like nearly $200 of a difference. So it doesn't matter what it feels like to them. That conversion is still a problem. I know the money difference. Kazuya didn't spend any dollars. He spent yen. He lives in Japan, but he can buy a coffee for 100 yen. If he lived in the US, it would buy the same coffee for $18. No. Kazuya can buy a coffee for 100 yen, and if you buy a coffee here, it would cost $4. And that's just a small coffee that's not brewed or anything. That's what I mean. You're kind of misunderstanding this shit. The money conversion is severely different. Everything costs way more here than it does in Japan. That's why that doesn't fucking work. Because here, a coffee does not cost $1. Here, a coffee costs $4 to $5. And if you get like a slightly more difficult coffee or a slightly more complicated coffee, now it's $6 to $7. I'm not even fucking kidding you. Coffee's expensive here. Like, no, that's not how it works. In Japan, everything is a lot cheaper. That's also another factor here. That everything costs a lot more here than it does there. So the conversion is important to understand that stuff. That yes, Kazuya is actually spending a whole lot less in Japan than he is here. If he got a lot of money, then would have done the movie arc 200 yen. Yeah, Kazuya doesn't have that kind of money, so it's important to recognize he wouldn't have been able to do that kind of stuff. His total spending in the story is not even half of the money they made in the crowdfunding. He didn't even spend half the money they made in the crowdfunding. Like he would have needed how much? Kazuya would have had to spend 900,000 yen to even reach half the amount they made for the crowdfunding, because their total was 1,000,000.8 yen. So Kazuya didn't even reach half of that. I don't mind how much Kazuya's money spends. The money represents the hours it makes to make the money, and he spends the money on the things we love. I don't know what the average karaoke worker makes either. Yeah, I can't tell you either. I wouldn't fucking know. But yeah, it does seem like something Reiji did kind of think through. Anyways, back to topic. We kind of lost track of our topic. So she needs evidence for her love for him being enough to go beyond rental girlfriend things for him. Yes. Because that's not her issue. Remember the kiss, ring, sex, and kids proposition. She needs evidence for that. Okay, so we've kind of misunderstood Chizuru a little bit. It's not just making Kazuya happy. It's at the root of happiness. So she can make him happy by doing rental girlfriend things, but she can't make him happy in terms of that other stuff. Is that maybe more so what you were thinking, Steven? Is that kind of where we're leaning towards with this? Okay. This gives more ammunition. Yep. Minnie robs her of that. It was not progress. So the money splitting is something you can't do as a rental girlfriend, and that gets removed. Chizuru doesn't split her expenses with Kazuya. That gets removed. So the one thing she wanted to do, she couldn't do. So essentially, she's literally back to being a rental girlfriend again. She's literally back in the same position. So when Chizuru wanted to split the money at that place and Kazuya didn't let her, she's back to that same position she was in initially, where she's literally playing a rental girlfriend again. So she's like, okay, I'm going to ask these questions now to get past that somehow. But she never quite gets the answer she wants that could prove to her this. She remembers that this was something he could do for a rental girlfriend, that it was not progress to get her no closer to verifying her beliefs in her love for Kazuya, which was the one thing she needed, and the clock is ticking. The dramatic resolution to this seems obvious at this point. How Reiji will get them there, on the other hand, is not. Kazuya needs to understand the nature of Chizuru's dilemma, go beyond himself to cover for Chizuru's weaknesses once more. Kazuya has to make a leap of faith on Chizuru's belief of her love for Kazuya, a leap of faith she herself cannot make, her weakness, to save her. Kazuya has to kiss Chizuru and let her reciprocate before Chizuru can allow herself to be his girlfriend. The risk is so much higher. Oh, and that explains why Chizuru was waiting for some sort of kiss or to make out or something. She wanted Kazuya to initiate that to prove that. She can't initiate that because she has no proof. Oh, that makes sense. She can't initiate because she has no proof, and because she has no proof, she can't initiate. So Chizuru is stuck in the middle. Kazuya has to initiate. So she creates a scenario to let him initiate, and he doesn't. Instead, Kazuya walks away. And then she feels the need to talk to him at that time, and she stutters and messes up, and she feels like she cannot request anything from him, that she's just a burden. So naturally, she ends up at the result that she does. That makes a whole lot more sense. Okay, it is kind of what I was saying. You're kind of right. This was kind of what I was saying. But I think it kind of hit at the core of it a little bit better than we did, because we were just kind of a little confused about it. The risk is so much higher for Kazuya than it is for Chizuru. If he makes the leap of faith and he is wrong, then what awaits him is literal hell. He had just imposed a kiss on a girl who had just rejected him beyond firmly with 10 no's or more. The girl he loved and respected the most in the world, Kazuya would never recover from that. But he won't care about the risk to him. With the weight of the rejection and the 11 times re-rejection, it ought to be impossible for him. But hey, he's not anybody else. He's Kazuya. If that's the risk he has to take to save Chizuru, then he's going to do it. All other considerations be damned. So anyway, with the key teaser hint, I reckon we have a potential physical situation of the chicken and egg dilemma. They can't unlock the door without the key. They can't get the key without unlocking the door. Maybe Chizuru somehow draws a parallel between the key chicken and egg dilemma to her own love and chicken and egg dilemma to get Kazuya to finally understand. Like I said, I don't exactly know how Reiji's going to get them there, but Kazuya's initiating the kiss before Chizuru can allow herself to agree to his girlfriend to be his girlfriend seems inevitable. So after the key dilemma gets Kazuya to understand what Chizuru needs, Kazuya risks it all, initiates the kiss. Chizuru reciprocates, resolves the dilemma. Kazuya puts the ring on Chizuru, says, I have fucking had it with this dilemma shit. Okay. Breaks a window to get into the house where they consummate their relationship. Why, that seems weird. I think that escalated really fast. Why would they break the window to their own house? That seems silly. But I don't know. So I think we had some good, interesting stuff here. Like I said, Chizuru's dilemma is she wants to initiate physical contact, but she's not allowed to, so Kazuya has to. So she creates a scenario to let him. She implies heavily she's his girlfriend to let him, and he doesn't. I just want to add really quick that now armed with this, chapter 303 has been the first chapter I've had in a long while where everything makes perfect sense on the first reading. If the idea does get through, I highly recommend going back and reading chapter 365, end of 379 and 380. Everything she says makes perfect sense once you see her dilemma. So 365, isn't that, which one is this? When do you consider it cheating? Chizuru's answer is that she says, "Are you going to cheat?" He says, "No." Oh, good. I want to know what to say even if you said you would here. Oh, I don't know. Maybe kissing? Interesting. Kissing to Kazuya is considered cheating. Oh. Chizuru feels bad now because what did Chizuru do that Ruka told her was cuckolding? Chizuru kissed Kazuya, therefore he cheated. Do you see what just happened here? Oh my god. Oh my god. She made him cheat with Ruka, but then that gets flipped on its head in the end, where she's like, "Thank you for showing me your how serious you are when it comes to Ruka, because now I don't feel like I cheated, or I don't feel like I made you cheat." Oh my god. This chapter has a secret meaning to it we weren't fucking paying attention to. Oh my god. That's kind of crazy. How the fuck did we not see that? What was that? Was that good or bad? How many points did I get or did I gain? How many did I lose? Chizuru is quiet. How about you? I still don't really know. I mean, I wouldn't like the person I love to kiss someone else, but what if it's the two actors who play a couple? The kissing scene wouldn't count as cheating, would it? Well, I guess it's not supposed to be work. In that case, the action itself really isn't the problem. The same can probably be said for sex workers. Not even sex would be count in that case. Oh, interesting. But if you love that person you do it with, even a little bit, then that's when I consider it cheating. I've been thinking about it a lot. Where's the line drawn between a rental girlfriend and the real girlfriend? Oh my god, it was right there. Oh my, he's right. It was right there. Chizuru can't find that distinction. Oh my god, it's right. And the distinction is kissing and interacting and physically being with the other person, because a rental girlfriend would not do that. So everything Chizuru did in this date was rental girlfriend stuff. None of it was actual girlfriend stuff. None of it was, in her eyes. None of it was actual girlfriend stuff. I receive money, go on dates, and hold hands. That's who I am. What has Chizuru been doing this time? She's Kazuya's paying for everything. She's on a date, and the only thing they haven't done is hold hands. It's all platonic through Diamond, but sometimes I even whisper sweet things to them. But never once have I fallen in love with a client. Well, Kazuya isn't a client, right? She's almost like trying to make a distinction with that. You're not a client. We're not a client right now. We gotta make that distinction. When I talk about quitting my job as a rental girlfriend, it wouldn't be for my boyfriend, it would be for my clients. I could never be their girlfriend because I already have someone I love. That's why I'm here today, so I can learn how to describe what it is that what I'm feeling. I know that's lame, sorry. He almost cries. Not at all. I'm super happy to hear it. She's taking it seriously, this absolutely proves it. Chizuru distracts from that again. Still, she's so amazing. She puts so much thought into it. What's wrong? It's just that now that you mention it, I really don't know anymore either. It's almost like there is no distinction, and it's actually pretty hard to fucking tell and borders on impossible. Chizuru's dilemma reveals itself. About what we just talked about, I was happy back then. When I found out that you told me how you felt after you broke up with Ruka-chan, it made me feel happy. Thank you for so she says here, thank you for making me feel that you're serious. Not thank you for showing me that you're serious. She says thank you for making me feel that you're serious. Right here. So that's okay. So that's how Chizuru doesn't understand her feelings. That she's that because she's literally still acting out the rental girlfriend stuff, and she's not initiating anything physical, she doesn't understand. That's interesting. I feel like we got to delve into that a little more. I feel like there's something we're missing. I can't quite pin down what we're missing. It feels like there's something more we're missing, and I can't pin it down. Like there's definitely more to this, and I can't seem to pin it down. I don't know what it is. Yo, Bearcaz, Steven, anybody want to fucking chime in here? I'm trying to piece this shit together, and I feel like we're missing something, and I can't for the life of me pin it down. My feelings are getting through to her little by little. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make it happen. I tried it. I tried too hard and failed. Huh. I tried too hard and failed. Almost like you shouldn't have tried so hard. You were doing good. She's not allowed to try to get the proof herself. Yeah, we got that. What else did you want me to read? Chapter 379. Let's go to chapter 379. Actually, what actually? She started off saying but now it's actually. In romance, reality shows, compliments fall with but always ended in rejection. But what about actually? That could be a good thing. Does that mean it's okay? Silence. What is this? What is happening? Where is this actually going? Sorry, I need a moment. I see. Mizuhara is doing her best too. I'm sure she's been worried about everything, trying to put it into words and taking it seriously until now. That alone makes me so happy. I was just thinking about how I haven't thanked you. Thank you for falling in love with me. There is truth to that. Yes, the date could have been a rental date. She told him truths that she wouldn't tell clients, but Kazuya didn't do anything he wouldn't have done on rental. Okay. Yeah. So Chizuru couldn't prove that she could give him anything that she couldn't give him as a rental girlfriend. But she did give him stuff. She did give him these answers she wouldn't give anyone else. That she wouldn't talk about with anyone else. But she doesn't see that. How does she not see that what she's giving him? The piggyback riding is the disruption from the usual rental date stuff. Yes, that is true. That's why it's different. It's physical contact. You wouldn't do that with a rental girlfriend. She described how Kazuya's love for her is verified belief for her. Yeah, Kazuya's love for her is verified belief. She never doubts that. She knows he loves her. But she's doubting her own feelings because she gave him that by herself. Kazuya never asked her. Oh. So because Kazuya never asked her, so it always... Okay. I'm starting to get it. So it comes back to the Kazuya's inaction. It comes back to Kazuya never initiating anything outside of what's limited to rental, whereas Chizuru is initiating that stuff. So Chizuru is actively initiating stuff that's outside of the rental stuff, whereas Kazuya is doing everything in the rental book. He's literally a rental boyfriend. He's literally playing a client without realizing it. Even until the very end, he's still doing that. He's still never acting out of the client role. He always keeps playing the client role, no matter what. While Chizuru is trying to break the client role, and he never is. It comes back to the core dilemma of Hawaiians. That's the difference. That's literally what Chizuru was trying to do in Hawaiians, isn't it? We were just talking about this. Chizuru was literally trying to do this exact thing in Hawaiians. She's trying to break the barrier. She keeps giving him every hint possible to break the barrier, and he doesn't. He never breaks it. He never breaks past the barrier. He never pushes past the barrier. He always stops at that client stuff. He never stops being a client. He keeps being a client. He still is until the very end. So because Kazuya never initiates anything, it never verifies her love, and in turn, it shows Chizuru, because Kazuya never does anything outside of rental stuff, that she can't give him anything. She's giving him all this time, and he's seemingly not taking. Kazuya didn't want anything from her that he didn't want from her rental persona. Kazuya is still limiting to his client role, exactly. Yeah, Kazuya held back too much in the real date. Chizuru always broke the rules, Kazuya never did. Yeah, Chizuru is actively breaking the rules, and Kazuya isn't. He never does. He never breaks the rules, not a single fucking time. Okay, let's keep thinking about this. I feel like we're kind of getting good places. We're kind of digging a little bit. That's why she got so upset when he paid for the lunch and stuff. Yeah, Kazuya played that role perfectly. They never split the bill. They never shared. And that was when it began to slowly cascade. When Kazuya never split the bill, that's when it began to cascade. So thank you for falling in love with me. I've said so many times, huh? Why? But I just thought I should thank you for feeling the way you do about me. I'm so glad. There it is, that one word is making me feel all the things feel worthwhile. Yeah. So just as Chizuru feels like she can't initiate anything without getting verifiable proof about her feelings, Kazuya feels like he can't initiate anything without being in a relationship with Chizuru. They're both stuck in a chicken and egg dilemma. Wow, so in her eyes, our boy dropped the ball in a real date. No. Kazuya didn't drop the ball. Kazuya didn't do anything. So to her, all Chizuru's perceiving here is that she can't give Kazuya anything outside of what she already gives in rental, because Kazuya never does anything. So Chizuru feels like she can't give him anything. In a sense, not in her eyes, Kazuya literally dropped the ball. He didn't hold hands. They didn't touch. The biggest thing that can highlight this is chapter 353, I think, or 54. I think it's 54. Chapter 354. In a real date, I wonder if I should ask him if she wants to share an umbrella. They never do. They never share an umbrella. They never hold hands. They never kiss. They never physically initiate anything. That's all rental girlfriend stuff. Them not doing that is rental girlfriend stuff. So they never broke out of that. They were always stuck in that forever. They never broke out of their usual habits. They never broke out of rental. They always kept doing rental stuff, even until the very end. Technically, I guess she could break it out if Chizuru had dived into the river to save Kazuya. Then there would be no dilemma. That would be the evidence she loved him more than her girlfriend. But that never happened. Yeah, Kazuya got that confirmation for his feelings for Chizuru when he dived into the river. Chizuru kissed Kazuya and felt something when she kissed him when they were at that time. So it feels like we got to do that again. Chizuru tried to kiss him, but then felt like a bad person for trying to, so she never does it again. That's why Reiji specifically talks about the kiss constantly. That's why Minnie is right when she says, if you two just kissed, you'd figure it out. She's right. They would figure it out if they just kissed. She's literally right. But she's creating scenarios that doesn't let them do it. Minnie is literally right. But she's also creating the scenario to not let them do it. This is why the fight has to happen, so Kazuya can ask why, and so Chizuru can ask why he still hesitates. This means that Chizuru couldn't prove she could give him anything as a real girlfriend. Physical intimacy would have made the difference, but she can't be the one to initiate that again. And it's already starting. What's literally happening here? We start the date with them walking apart. Now we end the date with them literally holding each other. It's already starting. Chizuru's already literally getting the confirmation. This is literally what it's already starting. Chizuru's literally getting the confirmation. She literally gets to hold him now. It's not how she expected, but she's getting to hold him. This isn't rental girlfriend stuff. It's already starting. Kazuya never even asked if he might hug or kiss her. He could have made it hypothetical. If you became my girlfriend, would I be allowed to kiss you? Yeah, he could have done something like that, but he never does. No, Minnie was wrong. See the Hawaiian's kiss. It's not about the kiss. It's about the kiss being assigned in the meaning that she kissed him because she loved him. But Minnie is right, though. If you two just kiss because you clearly both want to, you might figure it out. And they never kiss. Yeah, if the Hawaiian's kiss was ruled out in the end, then you just kiss again to see how you feel now. Make a new kiss. Screw that old kiss. Kiss now. See what this new kiss does. See what this new physical intimacy does. That's the point. That's why Minnie's right. That's why Minnie's right. It's like, just initiate the contact and you'll figure it out. Minnie has kind of always been right, but she's also kind of been wrong too. She's right in that they should just kiss. The beat of her heart will tell you exactly what she's feeling, and she's right in like a few other things. She's just wrong in how she's making it play out and how she thinks it needs to play out. But the end result is correct. And Kazuya has initiated the contact. He invited her. Yeah, Kazuya has to initiate the contact. He has to invite her when he never does, because he thinks it would be creepy. Right? Kazuya perceives it as creepy that he would ever mention that to her when that's totally normal. It's social conditioning. He's been literally conditioned that any action he takes is bad, so he never takes an action. What style of kissing show Chizuru and Kazuya perform? All of them. The kiss must be spontaneous or organic, not a way to prove something. Yeah. But Minnie told them that at the Izakaya, and they both so strongly denied it that they ruined that as a possibility, because they think they both didn't want to kiss. Yeah. Minnie is actually the doubt. If they kiss and have doubt, Minnie told us to, then they kiss wouldn't work. Oh, okay, there we go. I agree with that. But that also proves my point. Minnie is right, but the very fact that she's mentioning it creates the doubt, right? Maybe we just kissed because Minnie told us to. So that's what I mean. Minnie is right, but the way but the very nature of her saying it created the doubt. But she's still right. They have to kiss with a clear meaning attached to the kiss because they loved each other. Kazuya offers it back to carry her was the first step. Yep. So we've already started. We're already on the first step. We're already on step one. Step one is to, now they're physically touching each other. Now Chizuru's physically interacting with him. But right now, it's under the basis that Kazuya's just helping her. So yeah, it's not something a rental girlfriend does. We're slowly getting there. We're slowly clearing it up. Kazuya did this because he couldn't stand seeing her like this. He specifically did this for her. Great, but he's still just helping her right now. He didn't, technically, you could argue he didn't do this because he wanted to. He did this because she was in need, because someone was in need, and she happened to be that someone. But what starts happening? This is where the shift starts. Kazuya says, I'll never love anyone like I love you more than anyone else, so sorry, I'm sorry. He starts being selfish. He starts doing it because he wants to, not because of anything else. This is what I mean about this. Kazuya is starting to be a little selfish. Now he's doing it because he wants to. So, yeah, maybe I'm carrying you because you were hurt. But my love, I'm doing that because I want to, no matter how many times you tell me no. Right? My love will not end. So that gives this thing more meaning now. Now Kazuya is slowly becoming selfish. He's doing it because he wants to. Kazuya is literally changing in front of her eyes right here. Her perception of him is literally starting to change. She literally says this. Looking up, I could see the back of his head. I had seen it so many times before, and yet, maybe because my feet weren't touching the ground, but for some reason, it looks somewhat different. He's literally starting to change in front of her eyes. The wording is right there. He's actually literally starting to change. I suddenly remember that the person's scent was strongest around their scalp. Such a reminder, such a random thought popped into my head. So she thinks of her grandpa, who speaks exactly what he wants, who tells her to speak exactly what she wants, and now Kazuya is starting to do that. It's right there. Kazuya is literally starting to say exactly what he wants, like her grandpa used to. So she literally feels her grandpa. She literally smells him, because he starts acting like him. He's starting to say what he wants. Okay. Kazuya offers his back to carry her was the first step. It's like with calling her cute thing. Yeah, every time he called her cute, it didn't feel like he called her cute because he actually wanted to. It felt like it was scripted. Chizuru literally says this. Chapter 356, I think. You're cute. You are cute. I kind of feel like I made you say that. That's not true. Thanks. Right? But again, that could have been initiated in a rental girlfriend stuff. It changes nothing. There's no progress. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? Isn't it so funny that Chizuru is so fixated on achieving progress that, but keeps feeling like nothing is changing when everything is changing? Isn't that so funny? As a nod to how the viewers keep thinking there's no progress. And Chizuru literally thinks the same thing as a byproduct of that. That they keep trying to make progress, but they feel like there is no progress. And then that literally becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because no progress happened, therefore a rejection must occur. But just as the viewer said, because there's no progress, because things didn't change, a rejection occurred. And then because the rejection occurred, the real progress actually starts happening. I think that's so clever on a meta scale, on a meta level. That's really clever. Kazuya offering his back was him offering her to touch him. In quantum physics, the kiss must happen without the observer. The next step might be him hugging her because she's obviously sad. He's allowed to now. He wasn't during the cheer update. Yep. In the cheer update, it's not that Kazuya wasn't allowed to hug Chizuru in the cheer update. A part of it was that he felt he wasn't allowed to. Another part of it, he wonders to himself, why didn't I do it? And he literally says, it's because she felt like she would break in my arms. Kazuya straight up says this. Chapter 165. Let's pull it up. The way she was shaking like a leaf, and how her ears just turned bright red. Somehow she seemed so incredibly small, so fragile, so frail. It seemed like she'd fall to pieces right there in my arms, even though I couldn't actually bring myself to hold her. Not only was he not allowed to hold her, he felt like she would break in his arms. That's why Kazuya doesn't do it. That's why Kazuya does not hug her. So many resolutions of this arc revolves around them kissing as the first step. Yep, it's not going to be the only one. It's not going to be the only, Pep. What time do you think Chizuru is narrating near a distant future? I think it's in the future. We don't know when. Reishi's never clear about when the narrations are happening. He never like specifies when they're actually happening. But yeah. Yeah, so it's all about Kazuya initiating something because he wants to. It's gonna rain. They're gonna go to the hotel, and he uses the condom. He has to be in the wallet. they're already almost 300 meters away from their house. They're super close. It's only like 900 feet away from their house. They're really, really close. So that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna just rain. Kissing will only thrust them into the second step. Haha. Thrust. Haha. How funny. So funny. You're so funny. I'll be right back. I just gotta grab some water. Keep talking. Keep talking about this stuff. We gotta find more info. We gotta dig. We gotta keep digging deeper. We gotta know more. More. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so let's do. Let me read some of the comments and let's do a quick recap just so we have it all cleared up. Let's see. I'm still skeptical that they will go beyond that. I still think they will. What if the condom incident happens as a love hotel? Never actually see anything between MC and them, and then Reishi takes to do the opposite. No, I think if Reishi's gonna depict the big capital sex, he's gonna show it. He's gonna is gonna be intimate as fuck. I'm just here to say he should give up and go back to Ruka. I'm just here to say you're a jackass. I'm just here to say you're a fucking jackass and you don't understand anything about these characters. Have a nice day. Once she reciprocates the kiss with a clear meaning attached that it should be because he loved him and she should allow herself to be his girlfriend, I think they're going to verify her full love proposition. I think if Kazuya had hugged Chizuru on the cheer up date, they would already be a couple. It's quite possible. I think it's quite possible they could have. Yeah. I think there was a lot Chizuru didn't resolve, but I think if they did hug, they might have really changed a lot of stuff. But there was still other problems that were not clear. However, yeah, it's now in retrospect, it's clear that if they did hug, things might have been resolved. That's why I'm throwing in the no rubber conjecture. Oh my god. No, I think there will be love. There will be. A lot of people are, but it is the next step beyond paradise. And since the next kiss will be deliberate, there's no reason to stop there. I wonder where the kiss will be though. In the house, probably. Makes a lot of sense to be in the house. In the dark arc, Kazuya did say that he wanted to hug her at some point, right? Yes, I was gonna get to that. We'll do a quick recap. Dennis is either in either Kazuya's room, Chizuru's room, or if they feeling they were freaky the shower. Oh my god. Do you think Chizuru will ask for Kazuya's spare keys, including the gift fish? If that happened, it would be very dramatic since the key symbolizes trust and she would be taking it away from him. That is interesting. We'll have to see. There's no way to know. We'll have to see. There's no way to know that. Everything that happens in the next chapter called it lol. You say that every chapter. You say that every chapter. Fuck out of here. Okay, so let's start with a quick recap. From everything we just established. The characters are both stuck in a chicken and egg dilemma. That is what's going on between them. Both Kazuya and Chizuru are stuck in a chicken and eggs dilemma. Kazuya wants to hug Chizuru. The real him, the real me inside of me is wanting to hug you so tightly. Kazuya and Chizuru both want to physically interact each other, but they're stuck in a dilemma, in a chicken and egg dilemma. Kazuya can't initiate anything physical because she's not his girlfriend, and he feels like he has no right to because it would be a bother. He can't articulate his feelings to her because he is trying to make sure that he shows her his best self. This in turn reflects Chizuru's own chicken and egg dilemma. So whereas Kazuya is trying to be selfless and not ask for anything, Chizuru is being selfish to let him be selfish, so he can ask for things, so he can want things. She's breaking the barriers, whereas he's not. So Kazuya's chicken and egg dilemma is that he wants to be with Chizuru, he wants to physically interact with her, but he can't because they aren't together. So he has to get them together, but the way you get together is you physically interact. Chizuru's is the same, but flipped. With Chizuru, to her, the way she can confirm and understand her love is if Kazuya initiates something. If Kazuya does something and in so turn, that means he wants something from her that she can give him. And Chizuru, but he won't ever initiate because we just established his dilemma. So Chizuru tries to break the barriers to let him initiate constantly, and he never does. So to Chizuru, so it's like, okay, so shouldn't Chizuru initiate? Well, Chizuru can't initiate because if she initiates, that means it's not because he wanted to, but because she made him do it. So that doesn't confirm her feelings. Kazuya didn't want to do this; she did. So she can't do it, and that also acts directly into her own choices. Where Chizuru feels like, okay, if I initiate it, then I would be doing something that isn't good because you should only do that if you're together. So she has the same moral dilemma as him. If she initiates it, then but it's not supposed to be something you do until you're together. But it's the thing that she needs to confirm that she is in love with him and that they're in love. So she can't initiate it. He has to. He's the one who has to make them. He's the one who has to show that he loves her, that she can give him something back. And if she sees that she can give him something back, then they can be together. So Chizuru is stuck, unable to move, and Kazuya is stuck, unable to move. They're stuck in this dilemma. So it's almost like the rejection literally needed to happen for that to happen. So they need to almost like literally the rejection needed to happen in order for them to step out of these dilemmas and do what they actually want. She's going to ask him more money for that. Chizuru won't ask for the fish back. It was a gift. Yeah, I agree. I think Chizuru won't ask for the fish back, but she might ask for the key back. And the fish does represent trust too, so she only takes half of it. Wouldn't that be interesting, right? And that was something Ruka did, isn't it? Ruka tries to take off that fish, and the fish means more than the key to Kazuya. So isn't that interesting? That the fish means more than the key to Kazuya. And he doesn't want to lose the fish to the point that it causes an accident with Ruka. So the fish is actually super important. Chizuru won't ask for the fish back. Did I drop it? Of all the things that I could have dropped, that was the worst. This one's for your parents' place, right? This one looks like a house key. The new place. I can't stay at my parents' place forever, you know. I've already got plans to move out next week. Just holding on to the key earlier. Stop sweating. That's super important then. You've got to be careful not to lose it. Oh yeah, isn't this a good contrast to what's currently going on with the events? Ruka actively initiates physical contact with him. Actively. She literally acts like a girlfriend. She initiates physical contact with him all the time. Whereas Kazuya never initiates any physical contact with Ruka. Isn't that interesting? Reiji intentionally shows physical contact between Kazuya and Ruka. She holds his hand. She puts her hand in his ass. Like she does this. This happens. She kisses him when they're on the elevator. Right? What? Oh my. What do we see? What are we seeing right here? Literal physical contact. It proves she loves him. That's what Kazuya can give her. Physical contact. That's what this informs. That's what this is all informing. Reiji intentionally draws the date with Ruka to create contrast between Kazuya and Chizuru. And how with Ruka is constantly touching and interacting with Kazuya physically. Right? She holds his, look at this, she holds his arm, she sniffs him. Oh my god. She literally smells him. Oh my god. Did you change your fabric softener? She sits right next to him and takes his phone from his hand. She kisses him randomly whenever she wants to. That's the point of this. That's why Reiji shows this. That's why Reiji has that entire small date with Ruka. To literally show the physical contact that's occurring between Ruka and how she's literally acting like a girlfriend. Whereas with Kazuya, he's not acting like a boyfriend. Right? We're expecting Chizuru to do this, but she literally can't. So Kazuya has to. It's a contrast between how Kazuya is acting around Ruka and how Ruka's acting around Kazuya and how Kazuya is acting around Chizuru. That's literally what it is. And how fitting that when Ruka picks up the key, what does she do? What does Ruka do when Kazuya tells her this fake-ass story? She trusts him. Literally putting the key, the spare key that represents trust, back in his pocket. She's literally holding trust in her hand, and she chooses to trust him when he tells her something. So Ruka wants to get this thing for him to put on she wants to get this ribbon to put as the new keychain. She takes off the old keychain. Kazuya, what does he say? I mean, Mizuhara bought that for me. At least I think it was for me, and it's super important. You know you're acting weird. Are you still hiding something from me? That's not it. Still, I've just got to do it. Just give it back. Jeez, you're so weird, Kazuya. Thank goodness. Oh yeah, this kid. I forgot what manga he's from. I forgot what his manga he's from, but he literally hits Kazuya and he drops it. And it's about to go underneath the table. Mizuhara got that specifically for me. It's important, right? He starts even believing it that's specifically for him. I can't let it go. Mizuhara. There you go. I can't let this go. I refuse to let this thing go. Because she got it specifically for me. It's mine. The key, he can give back. This, he can't. Okay, there we go. This could inform the next chapter. The keychain she got him is specifically his. It's specifically his. The key is not his. He can give the key back. But this keychain is his. And he doesn't want to give that up. Just like he doesn't want to give up his love. This is where Kazuya is going to be selfish, keeping this keychain. And Chizuru's going to be like, no, and he's going to be like, yes, I want to keep it. And that's how their argument's going to keep going. That's how it's going to keep going. Kazuya's going to want to keep this because it's specifically his. The key is yours. The key is yours. I can't keep that. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, but this does nothing to you. What does me keeping this keychain do for you? It doesn't do anything to you. And that's what's going to spark the argument. The duplicate key, the spare key. You can give the spare key back, but you can't give this back. Okay. Runs into Ruka. Sees the bannies. Boom. Shit. Are you okay, miss? I'm sorry I tripped. Are you hurt? What just happened? Ruka blushing like crazy. He couldn't have gotten worse. Isn't that interesting? What if they get into a fight and that happens? And they fall on top of each other? What if that happens? What if they finally fall on top of each other? And then maybe Kazuya resists, but then he starts seeing other things. And that slowly changes his mind. So maybe there'll be some sort of altercation between them. Where Chizuru wants the thing, just like Ruka tries to take it off. What does Ruka try to do here? She takes it off. So Kazuya might try to take it off. Chizuru's going to be like, no. He's gonna want to keep it. They might like get into a little scuffle and fall on top of each other. I called out the spare key sparking the fight. Fine, lawless bacon. Fine. You seem to randomly call things out whenever, so fine. Yeah. So they have a little falling thing. Yeah. Let me see what people said. Look at him, huh? He's like, bruh. I don't know what this is for. Kazuya did initiate in the way she wanted. Who? Ruka? What did he initiate? Are you referring to Ruka? What are you referring to? These are all the evidence Ruka's love for him being more than that of a rental girlfriend for a client. Yep. I've said this. Ruka does actually love Kazuya. The problem is Kazuya doesn't love Ruka. He never initiates anything. Right? In contrast, he does want to initiate with Chizuru, but he feels like he can't. That's the key difference. That is literally the key difference between Kazuya's love with Ruka and Ruka loves Kazuya. Let's get that out of the way. Ruka does in fact love Kazuya. This is a fact. This is an unrefutable fact. Ruka loves him. Kazuya doesn't love Ruka. I should expect this from Ruka-chan. I guess I can't just remove it when I'm at Mizuharu's place, but I don't want to draw too much suspicion right now. Right? I'll just do what she wants. I'll give her what she wants. Kazuya is being a rental with Ruka. Ruka is being his girlfriend. He's giving her everything she wants without giving her everything she wants, but she gets to touch him. He doesn't want to touch her. Kazuya does get to do this with Ruka, technically. She's embarrassed, but it doesn't bother her. Well, okay, it does bother her. She's very uncomfortable about it, but he's a boyfriend. He gets to do this with Ruka. That's why this scene happens. It's not just because it's a stupid cliche. It's because it's a stupid cliche, but it also gets to happen because he's her boyfriend. That's why this scene plays out like it does. That's why that happens. He's the boyfriend. He gets to kind of initiate that. He gets to kind of experience that. Except, Kazuya didn't initiate this on purpose. Isn't that a repeating motif? What happened when Kazuya was at Chizuru's home? I ask you again, what happened when Kazuya was at Chizuru's home? What happens to them? Kazuya accidentally initiates something with Chizuru, and she doesn't want him to leave. She tells him to wait. No, do this. Initiate. Start something. I don't mind. He gets to because she would be his girlfriend. Because that would be a normal thing to request if you're dating. Kazuya gets to do this because he's Ruka's boyfriend. It's normal. So while it does freak her out a little bit, it is normal. You see what happened here? That's the important bit here. That's why these things are occurring. That's why we're shown these specific things. Now this entire Ruka sequence gets more context. When we understand the idea that it's about initiating something physically and that in a relationship you can. Okay. So that's the intent here. Kazuya is probably gonna try to get this back somehow. He doesn't want to lose this, and he's gonna fall on top of Chizuru, and he looks like he initiated something. But will he keep going, or will he stop, and will that spark the argument, or will that keep going? What's gonna happen? So that's the bet next chapter. The next chapter's bet is that the spare key is Chizuru's, but that little pendant is his. And she can't take that away from him. She got that for him specifically. She gave it to him as a gift. She didn't give it to him as a spare key. So he gets to keep that. And that will initiate the physical contact that might lead to the fight. Let's see. I like how Kazuya looks before Ruka asks him about the key. He looks so bored. Yeah, he's just there. Yep. Just going about my business. He does look kind of cool, though. Kazuya, what's that for? Oh my god, he looks kind of pissed here. I love his face. Just his eyes widen. My wildest prediction, they'll go home, Chizuru will get off his back, and then they're both gone in their rooms. Kazuya will say, here, your spare key. The two of them will fight to urge to embrace, and the kiss will happen. No, it's not going to be that simple. I think you wrote this before we went through this, so no worries. That's the proof Chizuru is missing about her own love for Kazuya. Yeah. That she can't physically initiate anything, that Kazuya never physically initiates anything. Yeah, that's the first part. The first part might happen. I called it about the spare key sparking the fight. Oh, how do you cook, Johan? I saw that Chizuru will ask for the key and Kazuya will tell her what you say and be honest with her, and it ends with the fish and a focus on the moon. The shed scene 2.0, but Kazuya takes the initiative. Ooh, let's go. Every single time Kazuya has not taken the initiative. What if he does this time? What if he sees how she looks? What if he sees how she looks? And then he takes that risk. So what if, crazy thought, what if he sees this? What if he sees this from Chizuru? What if he sees this reaction? What if Chizuru reacts like this and he finally sees her face? And he's like, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go for it. Yeah, what if that happens? What if Kazuya sees her face? Reiji's cooking and fucking... Reiji's insane. Reiji's insane with this fucking cooking dude. Holy crap. I love how this chapter literally informs how it'll play out. And what is this chapter? What is this chapter, mind you? What is this chapter? I'm going to ask you a quick question here. Chapter 348 is literally before, like, literally the last thing before we see the Sayuri film. Then we see chapter 351, which is Chizuru telling Kazuya this in chapter 351. I'll do my best too, okay? And chapter 351 is Chizuru saying she needs to decide. I have to decide tomorrow. Ruka is technically the last thing that happens before the date, technically speaking. It's the last big thing that happens before the date, and it happens after a date that Kazuya does a practice run with Minnie. That date with Ruka, those 2 chapters with Ruka, contrast the 30 plus chapters with Minnie. Intentionally so. They contrast the 30 plus chapters with Minnie. Like, how many parts is it? It's 24 parts. And Kazuya and Minnie get to this place in like... Minnie gets to the place in part 10. Minnie gets there in part 10. So Kazuya is this on multi-part chapter with Minnie, but then with Ruka, literally in 2 chapters, it contrasts that entire date. So the 2 Ruka chapters are intentionally by design meant to contrast that date with Ruka with Minnie and the date with Chizuru to show what's missing. That date is literally showing us what's missing, but it's also informing us how this date will end. It's going to end around it's going to end around what Kazuya wants, right? Nope, not that. Yeah. It's going to end around what Kazuya wants. Just as this is a want, this is a desire. That physical shit That's a desire. That's a want that Kazuya wants, just not from Ruka. So, like, if this happened with Chizuru, completely different scenario. Completely different scenario. Would have been so different. But that never happens with Chizuru, does it? Never. So, what if something like that happens with Chizuru? What if the roles are reversed? Also, weird note. I'm going to try to not be as weird about this as possible. Ruka's panties are white. Chizuru's wearing black. Just saying. Just something I wanted to point out. A little weird. I know. A little weird. But I want to point it out. So, yeah. Also, gotta look at Ruka real quick. Ruka is dressed in reverse to Chizuru. She's wearing a skirt. She's wearing a black top. Chizuru's top isn't black, but her bottom is black. Ruka is wearing long leather boots. Chizuru's wearing short leather boots. They're the reverse of each other. Oh, Hermes. Oh, Hermes. Now you walked in. I already said everything. I've already been through it all. I already went through everything. Oh man, you might want to rewatch this. I'm sorry. I'll try to trim it down. I think today I'm going to work on trimming down my reaction and then trimming down my analysis. I'm going to make them separate videos. But it is very cute. Yes, it is very, very cute. It's very adorable. We went through a whole lot. Here's the TLDR of it. Here's the TLDR of it. Not too long didn't. Damn it, we got to come up with a better thing than too long didn't read. I hate too long didn't read. Kazuya is finally learning to be a little. Kazuya is finally showing selfishness around Chizuru. Chizuru wanted to initiate physical contact in this time, and she finally gets to, but there's still the idea that Kazuya is doing this because he just wants to help her. However, this is contrasted by Kazuya choosing to selfishly keep loving her, even though she keeps telling him no. So that's important. Kazuya being selfish here, just say in a nutshell. There we go. In a nutshell. I'll say that in the future. Kazuya is starting to show how selfish he is in the relationship, that he does want to do things with Chizuru. So this is important, that Kazuya specifically says, I want to keep loving you even though you said no, because that means it's something he actually wants. And that's what's starting, Kazuya actually wanting this. The teaser for next time is spare key. That spare key thing was actually informed by Kazuya's date with Ruka. This date with Ruka contrasts the date with Minnie and the date with Chizuru. Very intentionally so, because what does Ruka do? Ruka initiates physical contact constantly. She holds his hand. She touches his butt. She kisses him in the chapter previous to this one. She's acting like a girlfriend. This is contrasted by how Kazuya in the date doesn't do any of this. Neither does Chizuru. They never initiate anything physical in any way, shape, or form. Now, why is this relevant to the key? What happens? Ruka gets him a ribbon to put on the key, and she takes off this thing. Mizuhara bought that for me. At least I think it was for me, and it's super important. Kazuya can give back the spare key, but he sure as hell won't give this back. Right? He drops it. It's going to go under the shelf. Mizuhara got that specifically for me. It's important. I can't let it go. Mizuhara. He reaches for it. What does Kazuya tell Chizuru here in this chapter? I don't think it's possible for me in my lifetime to love anyone more than I love you, so I'm sorry. He pulls the line she said to him at the start, where she says, I'm really sorry. He says, I'm sorry, I'm not going to stop loving you, even if you tell me no. Even if you tell me no, I can't stop loving you. You can't just change my feelings like that. So just as she can't change his feelings, she can't take away this thing she gave him. Because, yeah, the key is hers, but that isn't. That was a gift. He gets to keep that. And him keeping that does nothing. Him keeping that is he can keep loving her. Right? Him keeping that is him continuing to love her. And that might spark the argument, because what happens after Ruka? What happens after Ruka pulls that off and Kazuya has it in his hand? He drops it, and this happens. This is something a boyfriend could technically get to experience. because he is the boyfriend. There's nothing wrong with this. It's weird, but there's nothing wrong with this because a boyfriend would get to experience this, right? There's nothing wrong with a boyfriend experiencing that. They're dating. Kazuya gets to physically initiate things with Ruka. So what if Kazuya and Chizuru get into some sort of spat over that little thing? Over this little thing that matters a whole lot to Kazuya, but Chizuru doesn't want him to have it, so he doesn't keep clinging on. And they topple over each other, and where do they end up? Right back here. They end up right back here. And this time, Kazuya sees Chizuru's reaction. And it's a whole lot similar to this. This is a whole lot similar to this. Kazuya might kiss her. He might initiate something. Yeah. So I can see Kazuya seeing Chizuru on the ground, like below him, and she looks like this. And he remembers this moment with Ruka. Well, shit. He might kiss her. He might initiate. Kazuya might actually finally initiate something. So an accident puts them in a situation where they clearly see each other and they initiate. Last time, this happened. And what happened when Kazuya was on top of Chizuru? What happened the last time Kazuya was on top of Chizuru like this? I will show you what happened. Chizuru blocks it. What if this time Chizuru doesn't block it? What if this time Chizuru just lets it happen? So she made a mistake here. She blocked it, and she didn't let it happen. But she regrets it. She wants him to keep going. Hence why we see her like we do right here. Look at that. So what if this time she lets it happen? And Kazuya just keeps going. And they both just keep going. And they just let it out. Just saying. Reishi kind of cooking. Reishi literally set this all up. It was all there. Reishi set all of this up. Dude's insane. Okay, let's see. Just saw the flashback to the movie arc was so peak. The haters too long can't read. Non-renters. Did you think Kazuya will ask Chizuru where to put the key in the morning, or do you think that they're arriving home and will just leave it on the table? Maybe Chizuru rethinks him moving. I think Chizuru might try to take the key back because she wants to end it, right? But Kazuya will give her the key, but not that keychain. That's what I mean. You know, by the way, I'm Boa. I insulted a lot of rent-a-girlfriend haters, and I got banned for a few days. Oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe don't do that so you don't get banned in the future. Might be a good idea. Just saying, buddy. Like, I don't even insult people. I just call them out on their bullshit. Having them argue over a spear keychain would leave both of them laughing. For sure. This entire sequence would be so fucking funny in retrospect. I know you could figure it out on how I couldn't fate. That prediction pass that got checked with flying colors. Damn. Damn. Let's go. Let's go. We get an approval, fellas. Right? I kept... see, for me, the way when I read things, when I read and interact with certain things, I feel like I have a decent understanding of the story. So when I read certain things... sometimes I feel like something is missing. Like in my head, I'm like, I feel like the story isn't complete. It feels like something's missing. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll just say, I'll be like, okay, something is missing. Let's keep talking about it. Let's keep like piecing it together until it fully clicks. And that's kind of what was happening here is like, we kept talking about it until someone or something pointed out Ruka or somehow got back to Ruka. We went to that chapter and suddenly it all clicked together, right? So sometimes it's just good to keep talking about that. What do you think about the wallet in the new volume cover? Any significance or pattern to analyze in it? I'm not sure, to be honest. The big thing that I said, Tintin, in terms of the wallet and why that's being specifically shown to us is that that chapter is seemingly that volume is seemingly mega important. Why? Because first off, we get two different versions of the volume. That's already crazy. That's never happened before in any volume release. That's not a thing. Reggie's never done this. Two, this volume releases with a special Chizuru Mizuhara art book. So all of the cool art pieces Reiji has done, the colored art pieces Reiji has done, you can get them with this. So what this is telling me is that when this volume releases, something massive is supposed to happen in the manga. That's in 2 chapters. This volume releases on the 16th. In 2 chapters, something insane is going to happen. This is what this is telling me. Because Reiji is literally seemingly doing shit he's never done before. He's never released a Chizuru Mizuhara art book with 32 pages and his own commentary. He's never released a volume with 2 different versions to it. That's not a thing. So it feels like this is very important for a specific reason. I also want to point out that while this is Chizuru's... never mind, actually. I was going to say this is Chizuru's wallet, but it seems like there's a phone in there. But the wallet being blue is kind of important because it's literally Kazuya's color. Blue is like the whole thing with Kazuya. So it being blue is kind of important. Chizuru holding the wallet close to her like this. Maybe it's that wedding fund thing. Remember the kids chapter they did? Maybe it's that wedding fund thing where it's Chizuru saving up for their wedding. So that could be it. It's hard to know at the moment. I think when the chapter that this is supposed to release with comes out, we'll get a lot more information. So we'll know a lot more when it releases. We might get a better idea. But yes, the wallet is important. Like, why show this wallet in relation to this? We also did discuss that the big thing Chizuru wanted to do was split the bills. In the date, what is the big thing Chizuru wanted to do in the date? She wanted to split the bills. She didn't want him to pay for everything. That really bothered her, in fact. Chizuru's big thing in this date, and that's very much showcased here, is how much she's trying to give back to him. And Kazuya pays for the bill. And she says, what? No, look at how she jumps up like a kid. Money is really important here. She really doesn't want him to keep paying here. You paid for the candy game. You paid for the candy and game, but this is much more expensive. It's okay. I figured this might happen. How about I pay for this and you can treat me to some ice cream later? She never did treat him to ice cream, did she? She never did actually treat him to ice cream, did she? I saw that on social media. I'm not saying that I dislike it. Neither am I saying I dislike you trying so hard to look up stuff on social media, or that, you want to treat me like a princess. Like a princess in a story. But this date isn't just a date for you. It's not a rental date. She wants to set that distinction very clearly. It's not rental dating, right? This is for me too. This fate's for me too. Let's split it, okay? Let's do this for me too. Kazuya misunderstands though. Kazuya misunderstands. Let's read what he says. Mizuhara is way too cute. She had every right to get angry with me for just copying advice from social media, and yes, she's been an angel. She even said the date is for her too. This makes me so happy. Plus, 910 yen would be put a hole in my pocket. Actually, how much have I spent on Mizuhara up to now? It's not like I'm having regrets, but I wonder if it's helped support her even a little bit. Notice how Kazuya doesn't have regrets about the money he spent. If anything, he's just wondering if it helped. To be honest, we still have stuff like Joy Polis and dinner after this. Also, I've already spent quite a bit on making preparations. I'm actually pretty grateful if we could split it. But then he remembers this. Don't spend too much on a girl you might not get. Maybe I can take her up on maybe I can take her up on her offer and not have it backfire. But this would be a sacrifice to who Kazuya is. He doesn't like this. Why is she so happy about spending money? Why is Chizuru so happy about spending money? Because she would not get to spend money in rental dating. She would never spend money on rental dating. The guy would. The client would. She wants to spend her money. Actually, I'll be back to living on my own after this, so I'll need to pay rent and moving fees. I need to buy a new suit for job hunting too. We won't be living together after today. I really want to stay with her. Okay, 4,000 yen. I'm going to rent you again. He remembers the moment when he wanted to pay to support her. He remembers that the money is him supporting her. That's why he wants to do this. But there's a misunderstanding occurring here, isn't there? There's a misunderstanding happening here. Chizuru wants to spend money because that sets this apart from rental dating. She wants to be involved in the relationship. So to her, spending money is her being involved in the relationship. To Kazuya, him spending money is reflective of him supporting her. So they have two fundamental misunderstandings of what that money is. Chizuru's trying to support him and to be part of this relationship. Kazuya is trying to support her by paying for everything. He thinks he needs to because that's what will convey to him to not give up. If he doesn't pay here, if he lets her pay here, he's giving up. He's letting her carry a burden. He's trying to help her. What do you mean? For everything? That's a bit too much. I can't make her pay. I made a promise back then that I will support her. It creates a misunderstanding. It's not about being fair. I want you to think I'm cool. The wrong message gets sent here. He wants to pay to support her, but he tells her it's because I want you to think I'm cool. So now she feels guilty. She misunderstood his intent. He said the wrong thing here. Right? It hits at the core of the matter of Kazuya here. He wants to support her, and that's why he's doing this, but he wants her to think he's cool. This is the only thing that I can do to show that I'm cool. But that's not what it's for. It's to support her. It's because he wants to support her. It's not because he wants to be cool. But at the same time, there is a truth to that cool thing, right? I want to support you, so I want you to think I'm cool. But see how his perception is a little warped here? He thinks the only way he can support her is through money, and that's the only way he can look cool. So Chizuru feels guilty here. Thank you for the meal. She puts her hands together. She looks down. She sinks into shadows, and you see her guilt manifest. He thinks he doesn't look cool because he can't spend on me. Just like rental. This is all just rental again, isn't it? Right? This is a byproduct of my actions. I let this happen. What did Chizuru say after this? I can't back down now, not after what I said. Hey, don't think so badly about yourself, okay? You made it sound like as if you can't do anything else. But you made me a movie, remember? I don't think it was possible. I never had a good opportunity showing Grandma the movie on time. It felt like a long shot. It was extremely difficult, but you never gave up, and I saw it through to the end. I'd say something like that is pretty cool. You're pretty cool. Why'd you have to think yourself like that? But what Chizuru didn't understand is that what Kazuya is trying to do here is not sacrifice who he is because he wants to support her. He's trying to be true to himself. He's just misunderstanding that being true to yourself isn't always done just through this element, right? It's think of it like this. It's like here. Actually, this is a perfect analogy, even though it's a little weird. Just bear with me. I tried to grow a beard earlier. I told you guys I was trying to grow a beard because to me, I thought if I could commit to growing a beard, then I could commit to other things. But I fucking hated that. Because the beard does nothing. The beard proves fucking nothing. But to me, I thought to myself initially, if I grew this beard, if I committed to growing this beard, then it would prove to myself that I could commit to things. But I can do that in other ways. Why does it have to be the beard? You see the problem? So it's the same with Kazuya. He thinks the money and the amount he spends to support her in this moment so she doesn't have to spend is reflective of his own ability to support her. If he can spend here, if he can cover her expenses and he can help her out in the future, then it can prove to himself that he is good enough to be with her, to support her, to be cool. Okay? What this does is actually do the very wrong thing. Kazuya did the wrong thing here. What he did instead is he made her feel like she's not part of the relationship. He made her feel like she's the one who caused all this and she's a bad person because she led him to this point. Instead of supporting her, he hurt her without meaning to, because he told her, I can't be cool if I don't do this. And that's literally how she interprets it. You made it sound like as if you can't do anything else. But what does she do? She's like, okay, if this is what makes you happy, then I'll play along. I'll do what you want. Now that I think about it, I might actually want some ice cream. Fine, let's keep playing this act. I'll find another way. I'll keep walking forward. I'll play this act. I'll keep doing this. That's what I'll do. Yeah. So it was always there. It was always there. They went back to rental. They agreed to rental without realizing it. Kazuya sent the wrong messages without realizing it. This scene is a perfect microcosm of the issue. That Kazuya sent her the wrong message while trying to help her. That in so doing, he made her feel like she's actually a burden to him. Do you see what happened here? In trying to convey to her, I want to support you, he instead conveys to her that I'm nothing if I don't do this, that I can't do anything else to be cool, that I can't help you in any other way. In so doing, telling her that I can't provide you of anything with value when all he's done is provide her with stuff of value, and she in turn can't give him anything. He literally tells her here, you can't give me anything. I don't want you to give me anything. I just want to give to you. So you're not part of the relationship. He denied what she was feeling without meaning to. Through this misunderstanding, he denied this. The child underneath, the Chizuru underneath that said this is for me too. He denied the me too. He denied that I want to be here too. So she doesn't get to be here. Right? And trying to help her, he made her feel like she's not allowed to be here. That she has to that she's not allowed to connect here. In so doing, he sent the wrong message without meaning to. This is the importance of communication. This is what we're not seeing. This is why these two Chizurus are so important here. And this is the Chizuru underneath who feels like she's a burden. Instead of helping her, he made her feel like she's a burden because she wanted to help him. Well, this idiot's gonna get fucking banned. Ruka, like, bro, you walk in here and you call one of my favorite characters a whore. You're a fucking pathetic ass weeb. Yeah, go watch my earlier stream, Jarab, where we talk about how Ruka has the privilege to quit because she has her family to cover all her bills and do all this shit. Bunch of stupid dumbasses. Get banned. We need to have more interviews with Reiji. I think the chapter finally put me on the hater side. Seriously, this is ridiculous. Okay. Sucks to suck. Johan, do you think that they're jumping straight into the topic of the key, or do you think it's going to be a cliffhanger? I think there will be a cliffhanger, but we'll see. Do you think it has something to do with the bank visit next morning where she has to return the money back to Kazuya in the morning? That could be it. That could be tied to that. I don't agree with people saying that she will return the money. I think she doesn't. That money, plus she had refused the money for the cheer update. Yeah, she could try to force it on him, but Kazuya would never agree. Baruka has quit this gentle job since day one to prove his love. The others... Did this person seriously just come back and straight up say the same thing? And you call yourself Anonymous Chad. You can't even spell Chad correctly. So Anonymous Chad, or Jerub de whatever, literally came back. Like, it's the same fucking person. They just said the same thing. All to attack a girl who is just trying to care and love this person. You guys are disgusting. You think that when they're eventually a couple or married, they redo and go back to do everything they did when they were in the rental relationship, excluding making another movie? I don't know what that means. Imagine the children see the movie peak. Kazuya chooses his words or actions well when he doesn't overthink or act like Minnie told him. That becomes his obvious. That becomes his obvious in the last. That becomes obvious in the last chapter when he said, "Is his return to her truer self." You might want to write that a little bit better, buddy. I kind of had a problem reading that. Once the brownie points mindset is removed, Kazuya is going to be a straight Casanova. Oh my god. It would also have sent the wrong message if he had said he wanted to support her. It would also have given her the feeling that she couldn't contribute to the relationship. So regardless of what he said, Kazuya would have Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, regardless of what Kazuya did, his intent is good, but he's not including her. That's the big thing, isn't it? That's the big thing Kazuya's fucking up on in this scene right here. He wants to support her, but he's not including her. That's the big issue here, isn't it? Kazuya wants to support her, but in so doing, he's not including her because all she wanted here was to be included. You can support her in other ways. You know you can. She points out that he can, but he still chooses to do this instead. In so doing, he isolates her. Right? And what does Chizuru do in the end? She includes him. She plays along. She does what he wants. What is Chizuru doing throughout the entire day? Including him, supporting him, being there with him, constantly telling him, come on, let's keep going. Come on, let's connect. Chizuru is actively connecting while Kazuya is disconnecting, actively, consistently, throughout the entire day. Kazuya is actively sending the wrong messages throughout the entire day. He's actively giving her the wrong intention that he's disconnecting from her, that he's not connecting to her. He's isolating her constantly. Kazuya is literally actively isolating Chizuru, and in turn, she feels isolated, which causes the hedgehog dilemma that she needs to isolate because that's the messages he keeps sending her. It feels one-sided, doesn't it? It feels pretty darn one-sided that the way they're interacting, everything that's going on, Kazuya keeps sending her the wrong signals. He keeps giving her the wrong impression of himself because he's so busy trying to win brownie points, trying to act this shit out that Minnie told him, trying to do this other stuff. To the point that when Chizuru freaks out, do you guys remember chapter 370, I think? To the point when Chizuru freaks out, she can only grab him a little bit. She can't grab him. She can't, like, hug him. She's scared as fuck here, but she can't hug him. She can only touch him. This is when all those doubts and things are completely overridden. When true fear kicks in, you reach out for love. It completely overrides everything. When true fear kicks in, it completely overrides everything. So you reach out for love. You reach out for the thing that gives you safety and security. That's the point of this scene. Chizuru is talking about this thing of I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes all of it. And yeah, when it really counts, she still reaches for love. She still reaches to take because that doesn't fucking matter. Because that doesn't fucking matter. You need love. It doesn't matter. Like when it comes down to it, you're going to reach out for love. You're going to be scared as fuck and you're going to do it. And what does she have to do next chapter when it happens? What does Chizuru say in the chapter after this one? She acts normal. And Kazuya literally wants to hug her. Kazuya imagines this 3 times and changes the word 3 times. He calls her a rabbit, a weasel, and a fox. Or is it a fox? Did he say fox? Let me see what he said. No, where is it? What did he say? There's a rabbit and a weasel. What's the third one? Kitty. It was kitty, rabbit, and a weasel. That's what he calls her. He does it 3 times. And what does Chizuru say? after they leave. Kazuya's walking ahead. Kazuya doesn't check, are you okay? Kazuya doesn't hug her. Kazuya doesn't do anything. He just keeps walking ahead. You got scared, how cute. Right? He imagines scenes, but he never does the correct thing. I could have been mistaken, to the point where he keeps overthinking it, to the point that he thinks it was just an act. Sorry about before, your sleeve. My ears are more sensitive than I thought. I couldn't help it. She doesn't admit that she was scared. She doesn't want him to worry, so she just says, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. No problem, that scared anyone. Doesn't do anything, right? He imagines touching your ear, but then who tells him don't touch her? Don't touch her. Don't interact. Don't engage. Just an hour until dinner. That was fast, huh? For sure. I keep staring at her ears. There are couples everywhere. Fortune telling, huh? Do you want to try this as our last thing? I'd be a coward if I run. I've got to stand my ground. It's the gamble forest. Chizuru is also afraid. He's also freaking out. But it also could be something else. This could connect to why she touched him earlier. And she reacted. Just that little touch. And she reacted this much. Her heart is beating out of her chest. It's not just this thing. It's specifically because she touched him earlier. This gives more weight to this. That when you understand how important touch is to Chizuru, just her touching him was that impactful. And just as Kazuya kept thinking about how at her ears, she kept thinking about touching him. That's what this was. That's why she got distracted. It's not just the game. It's not just the fortune telling. It's not just the fear of that. It's the fact that she touched him. What happens right before she thinks of this? Kazuya hands her this. She's literally holding something he was just holding. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. So you'll notice, so as we go through the date, once we go through the whole thing, you'll notice how Kazuya actively wants to touch her, but actively sends the wrong message consistently because he feels like he's not allowed to, because he feels like it's bad to feel this way. Yeah, right there is the misunderstanding. Kazuya thinks it's about finding more evidence of his love for her, but it's the opposite. It's about finding evidence of her love for him. Yeah. Well, actually, no, it actually, you're correct. Flip it around. The first one is correct. It's about finding more evidence of his love for her. That he loves her. That's the point. But in reality, he's hiding his love. He's actually not showing his love at all. Kazuya doesn't show his love here. He doesn't show how much he fucking loves her. He literally never shows it. Kazuya literally never properly shows how much he fucking loves her. He's constantly sending her the wrong message. So if anything, it's the first one. Finding more evidence of his love for her. Not finding evidence of her love for him. Like when you're reading it, you're finding evidence of her love for him. When you're reading it, that's what we're finding. But for Kazuya, it's the opposite. The intent is his love for her. And Chizuru replies with the effect, "There's already enough evidence of your love for me." But damn it, now I'm confused. No, isn't it literally showing his love for her? And Chizuru feels like he already loves her, but he's not initiating anything. Am I wrong? Am I misreading the text? Or am I just misinterpreting what you're saying? Because Kazuya keeps not including her in the relationship. In so doing, her love for him is invalidated. So there is no. So I guess in that sense, there's no love for him. Her love for him is not. There's no evidence of that because Kazuya doesn't include her? We'll see. Either way, it's clear that Kazuya is isolating her without meaning to. Kazuya wasn't letting Chizuru love him more than a rental girlfriend for a client. Remember Mami and Chizuru on the bridge. Everything that Johan is saying is why chapter 300 was necessary. Now Kazuya can say what he feels like saying without thinking about brownie points. I once heard that fear makes you project the emotions around you all the time. So fear is this thing that's like, when you experience true primal fear, and this is what makes Resident Evil such a good game. The first Resident Evils, what makes them such a good game is they evoke such a primal fear from you that you naturally want to turn to safety. And the game plays into that. The game does this on purpose. They evoke such an intentional primal fear from you that naturally you go to a place of safety, and the game wants you to go there. It does this on purpose because they want you to go to a place of safety so it can take advantage of that. So they can twist the narrative and be like, are you actually safe? And that's what the game does. It makes you want to turn to safety, but it challenges you to be afraid, to embrace that fear and to face it head on. It's literally playing into primal fear. She used her real name there, a wee bit of a progress, proof that she loved him enough to use her real name. The outcome of, throughout the entire date, Chizuru is trying to not to be a rental, whereas Kazuya is literally being a rental. And did I not call this? What does Minnie call Kazuya? What does Kazuya call himself when he's on the practice date with Minnie? He calls himself an escort. Literally, like literally what rental is, an escort. He's escorting her. Kazuya is literally acting as a rental, and Chizuru is literally acting like a real girlfriend. But he's not treating her like a real girlfriend. He's treating her like a rental. He's literally doing the opposite of what he said he would do. Kazuya said in chapter 316, what did Kazuya say? Not a rental date. Very specifically, not a rental date. I've been trying to figure out what I should do ever since you told me that you do research. I always wondered what I could do for you to understand my feelings, to let you know that it's not true. Honestly, I even thought it might be impossible, because to me, you've always been the same person whether you're on the job or not. So I realized something. If that's the case, you can use this date to see me for how I am instead. So if Kazuya is seemingly being his truest self here, then that means like Chizuru can't give him anything because he's being his most truest, honest self here, according to him. When in reality, Kazuya is literally acting the entire fucking time. He's never once honest. The only time he's honest, sends the wrong message and doesn't include her. So much of the date is Kazuya literally isolating her, and he doesn't realize he's doing this. And she's fighting tooth and nail, trying to get through to him. And he's not letting her in, constantly. That's why I want some of your time, personal time, sometime that you can fall in love with me. And she doesn't feel like she's in love with him by the end. By the end of this, Chizuru doesn't feel like she's in love with him. She might be in love with him, but maybe she's only in love with a part of him, not all of him. So Kazuya fucked up. Kazuya wasn't honest about what he felt and what he wanted. He was never honest about anything. Okay, maybe not everything. Kazuya was honest about certain things, but for most of it, he wasn't fully opening up to her. And in so doing, he sent the wrong message. He isolated her. And you can see how hard Chizuru's thinking about this. Initially, she says, I can't do the weekend. And as he's leaving, what does Kazuya do again? He tries to leave. When things don't work out, he immediately tries to leave because he's that scared. It's the date right before you move out. I'll be free all day. That works better, right? Yeah, that's fine on the 17th. Thanks. He was a little pushy, but he has a point. I'm the one who said I'd do some research before we started living together. Soon I'll be a month of living under the same roof. Things can't stay as they are now. I've also been thinking that I need to do something. If the answer isn't clear to me, then I have to find something that can make it clear. But what are we going to do? Will we just go out, do some stuff, and have dinner together? Will I really find my answer through that? A date, huh? Not a rental date. Your Kazuya-kun, right? Specifically, not a rental date. She looks out and she has a smile. Specifically because it's not rental. And what does she get? Rental dating. The rejection needed to happen. The rejection needed to happen. Because it woke them the fuck up. It woke Kazuya the fuck up. That, like, he has just been doing rental this whole time. He wasn't being honest. He wasn't opening up. He wasn't letting himself be. He wasn't being true to her. While she's trying tooth and nail to let herself out. To be honest with him. To let it all out. Chizuru in this entire day is being as honest as humanly possible. And Kazuya is not. Kazuya keeps not doing it. Kazuya keeps not opening up. Kazuya keeps not letting her in. What does Kazuya do here? His hands are in his pockets. He's not touching her because he doesn't want to touch her because he thinks he'll make her feel uncomfortable. You want to be in a relationship, you got to engage. Kazuya keeps not engaging. Kazuya keeps thinking to himself. Look at Chizuru here. A slight sweat here. She feels embarrassed. She feels kind of bad. Right? The contrast between the two here is very intentional. Kazuya is looking down. His hands are in his pockets. Like he's hiding his arm that she just grabbed. So she feels bad now that she grabbed him. And she has to say sorry about your sleeve. What is Kazuya doing here? Hiding his sleeve. I didn't want her to touch me. It made me feel uncomfortable or something. He's sending the wrong signals. He's literally sending the wrong signals. Kazuya, my boy, what the fuck are you doing? Kazuya, I love you, man, but you're literally sending the wrong signals. Oh my no. Oh no, Kazuya. And this is it. The rejection is what's gonna make him wake the fuck up and like face that head on. Confront the pain head on. Like, bro, she has been fighting tooth and nail in this arc, showing herself. Chizuru is constantly getting hurt here. In this entire arc, actively, literally physically embodied in the blister. She's actively getting hurt and showing herself in this entire day, and he wasn't. While she's throwing herself, trying to get hurt, trying to get him to open up, trying to get him to interact with her, and all he does is either isolate her or not open up and be honest. And the only few times he's opening up and being honest, those get muddied immediately right after because he stops being honest. And that becomes a repeating pattern. That's a consistent repeating pattern where Chizuru is actually working tooth and fucking nail to make him happy, and he's not opening up. He's not letting it out, which means what gives Chizuru the impression I can't give him anything. I can't ever seem to get him to open up. I can't ever get an answer out of him. I can't seemingly give him anything. No matter what I do, all I can seemingly do is make him happy through this rental thing that we do. Not because me, the real me, gives him anything. And so in the end, her final interpretation is true. Chizuru did not lie in the end. She was being sincere there, pathetically so. Why is it pathetic? Because she was wrong. Why she was pathetic? Because she was wrong. She didn't understand Kazuya as well as she thought he did. And neither did Kazuya understand Chizuru as well as he thought he did. He misinterpreted her. He misunderstood her. He wasn't being honest. This is a clear example of saying a lot and doing a little. Things are demonstrated with actions, not with words. Kazuya says he loves her, but he doesn't show it. It's his only flaw so far. It's Kazuya's biggest flaw. Kazuya's biggest flaw is that he masks his true feelings. He hides them. He doesn't show them. Yeah, Kazuya actively sends the wrong messages in this entire arc, which gives Chizuru the impression she can't give him anything, which gives her evidence. No, he won't. Kazuya will not ignore Chizuru for a while. This is okay. I'm calling this right now. In 2 fucking chapters, they're going to kiss or something is going to happen. In 2 chapters, something insane is going to happen. I'm saying next chapter, I think there's going to be a fight. Next chapter, I think there's going to be a fight. Chapter after that, they might kiss. Just saying it right now. Kazuya wasn't letting Chizuru love him as more than a rental girl for a client. Remember, Mami is Chizuru. She used her real name there. Yep, we read this. The outcome of the date don't consider a rejection anymore. In fact, was necessary. Now Kazuya will be more honest and open towards Chizuru. Could be. Let me try to rephrase it. So Kazuya tried to support her to give her more evidence for his love for her. But that's not the issue. She already holds a verified belief of his love for her. What she needed was more evidence of her love for him. So listen to her reply of bringing up the movie. She's saying, dude, I don't need any more of that. Let me do this so I can get what I need. Have more evidence for my love for you. Yeah, Kazuya messed up on this date. He did. He flubbed hard. It wasn't just because he couldn't answer her. It's because he kept giving her the wrong answers. He's completely misinterpreting what she's saying. She tasted her own medicine, basically? How? I don't see how. I don't get that. Chizuru didn't do this to Kazuya. I don't get that. But Kazuya is fixing the bad impressions of the date with the piggyback ride. Yeah. Trying not to be rejected will get you rejected. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Kazuya trying so hard not to get rejected, got him rejected. And now, after getting rejected, now he's going to face it head on. And now that he's been rejected, now that he's experienced the rejection, now he can actually be honest about what he wants. Because there's nothing to lose. You already lost. There's literally nothing else when you have nothing else to lose, what is there left? When you have nothing to lose, you can go for it. There's nothing left to lose. You already lost. So now you face the idea that you've lost. Okay, face it head on. Go for it. Say what you want to say. Poor Chizuru receiving all that hate for chapter 380. Yeah, we were all wrong. We were all I wasn't. I'm gonna be a dick about. I wasn't. I already sided with Chizuru. I said you're all fucking wrong about her. But yeah, no, literally, like you're all fucking wrong about Chizuru. Oh man, I didn't notice a lot of this. You're right. He really sends her the wrong messages like the entire fucking day. How can you say you love me? She didn't want a verbal answer. She wanted to be physical. Yeah, how can you say you love me? I want to hug you. I want to touch you. I want to be near you. Kazuya, let's read what Kazuya says in his head and does not say out loud. What does Kazuya say in his head? What is the cover, by the way, when Chizuru says this? Why? She literally has a flag on the moon. She's literally already planted herself in his heart. Right? Here's the destination, bro. Here's where you gotta reach. Here's the message. See this. I'm here. Give me the answer. And what do they show here? A puzzle. Kazuya doesn't understand. So what is the puzzle that's specifically shown to us? How do you follow the map symbols how do you follow the map symbols of Japan represent? Or what do these map symbols represent? What do these symbols that guide you represent? What does Kazuya say? But what is this? What is she asking me? Why? She's not asking the reason I love her, but rather why I can say that I love her without any of the other stuff, right? And what are the symbols that we see here? These are map symbols, like a guide. If you couldn't understand what the signs are telling you, you can understand what she's saying, right? But Kazuya doesn't get that. He doesn't understand the puzzle. Is she asking me what love really is? No, she's just asking, like, why you were right the first time. How can I love you despite that? Yeah, read the signs, bro. It literally means read the signs. How should I know? Is there a love scholar who can answer that question? The question is too philosophical for me. What does he think of? Hugging, kissing. I love her because I love her. I can't overlook any of it. I love her silky hair, her chest, her perfect legs. Her shoulders when she was shaking back then. Her eyes, so she's so gentle to other people, but deep down she's so incredibly strict with herself. She's a rental girlfriend. She's really innocent when it comes to love. Her lips, her voice. Even as I stand right here, the real me inside of me wants to hold you so tightly. Say all of that. Literally say all of that. Why didn't you say any of that? Say all of that, you dumb fucking idiot. Kazuya, I love you. I stand you, my brother. But say all of that. Bro. Bro. Say all of that. Oh my god. That's the issue. But wait, if I say that, I don't know that she's gonna wonder if I really love her or not. She would literally understand. Not to mention the look on her face is telling me that I have to answer carefully. Why, you ask? Yeah, well, you see, God, I can't give her an answer. I don't know how I can explain that I love her. Shit. Kazuya, my dude. How are you doing, Johan? I'm watching the beginning later. However, I'm really impressed with Kazuya's attitudes in chapter 383. Other fans have the theory too. Chapter was supposed to be released with a new art book. Yeah, 385 is going to be big. Missed the beginning of the stream. Anyone before? What did we cover? A lot, everything. Holy shit. I'm not gonna go through it a third time, but yeah, we discovered a whole fucking lot. Kazuya gonna be the Franklin Murphy show. He still thinks he's not good enough, but she told him multiple times that how highly she thinks of him, that he shouldn't think badly of himself, right? What if Chizuru judges me poorly here? But she keeps telling him, I'm not gonna judge you poorly. She keeps telling him, I think you're cool. So why are you judging yourself this way? She literally keeps telling him, I think you're cool. And he keeps thinking to himself, well, what if she gets upset? What if she misinterprets it? It's just a feeling, you know? What, Kazuya, please. Kazuya, just be fucking honest, bro. Kazuya has tons to lose if he takes that risk, especially if Chizuru uses the ticket to tell him to stop. But he has to take the risk. You can't keep being afraid forever. You can't keep Kazuya is defining himself by fear. He's not defining himself by love. And when we finally get to chapter 383, what does he do? He's finally choosing to define himself by his love. Now that he's experienced the full brunt of his fear. He's felt the fear head on now. He lost everything. It finally happened. The thing he was afraid of, it finally happened. Now there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. You already experienced everything you could here. You got rejected. Everything happened. You finally experienced the thing that you were afraid of. It finally happened to you. Okay, there's nothing left to lose. Stop being afraid. Stop defining yourself with fear and face it with love. Start defining yourself with love. Literally what Minnie said. Do you remember what Minnie said? What Kazuya used to do? The thing that Minnie really respected about Kazuya, that she told Chizuru she respected about Kazuya. Yeah, that's the thing he stopped doing. You have a contrast happening here. I get everything you've been saying, and I know I'm not in a position to ask you to be okay with everything and everything, with anything and everything. And I get that you can't always get what you wish for. But how do I put it? Maybe you call it a dream. I'm always around a ton of cute people, but to tell you the truth, none of them are like you. And most cute people tend to do things for attention, but you're never like that. And compared to them, Master is, I guess you'd call him real. Contrasted by Kazuya, who, yeah, he's being real, but he's defining himself by fear here. He's not doing this at home. He's doing this at a DVD store. People are scaredy cats. Oh, that's out of my reach. No, I'm aiming too high. They find excuses to give up on things. Kazuya literally feels this way now. He's literally doing this. There's a reason these words specifically surround Kazuya. Because he's defining himself by that fear, rather than by that love. But that's still inside of him. So despite all of this, despite Kazuya still defining himself by these things right now, there's an inherent thing that Kazuya never, ever, ever loses. There's one thing Kazuya never loses in this time, even though he's defining himself with fear. I'm sure they just want to protect themselves, that's all. Kazuya's just trying to protect himself a little bit. But when I think about the first time Master talked about you, to see someone's love outshine their fear is nothing short of brilliant. What Kazuya never lost is his love and perseverance. Kazuya never lost the perseverance of his love. It never ever went away. What does Kazuya say on the date, on the practice date with Minnie? He says very specific words. Very specific words. If I ever saw Mami-chan again, I thought that I'd hesitate more. I thought that her cuteness would overwhelm me, and I'd get weak and flustered. I thought I'd be a mess like before. How do you know how much I loved Mami-chan? How would you know any of that? That didn't happen. He thinks of Chizuru. I'm fine. Crying. I adore her. But this feeling is the one thing that never changes. So even though he's defining himself by fear, his feelings never ever change. The thing he never wants to give up on, these feelings never change. They never go away. They're always there. Consistently. Challenge accepted. I can't rely on Yamori-san on the actual dates. For starters, I even relied on Mizuhara the whole time to get me through the hardships that Mami-chan, with Mami-chan. This is an arc, secretly, about Kazuya learning how to love on his own. This was always the battle here. This was always the real fight here. Kazuya finally letting himself just open up and be honest about what he wants. In contrast to Chizuru, who really kind of let herself be honest with what she wants. Chizuru was being really honest in this entire date. Kazuya wasn't. Kazuya really finally needed to face himself. Kazuya needed to do this. To finally say what he wanted in front of the person he wanted to say it to. To be honest about what he wants to say. You love Mizuhara, don't you? Say it out loud. Well, I don't know. He was afraid before. Now he's not. Now he's got to face this head on. That's the spirit. You got to keep it up. You got to face this thing head on. Don't define yourself by your fears. Define yourself by what you want to do. The lonely battle equals you overcome your fears. Yeah. You face your fears head on. That's why there's a theme of horror. That's why there's a theme of horror. That's why the date starts with horror as its core theme. That's why we start with this. That's why this is the opening page. Horror. Fear. This evokes fear. You need to face that fear. You need to face the fear head on to get what you want. Right? You have to face the overcoming. You have to face that adversity. You have to face that thing that's good that you think will make you lose. And you have to overpower it and overcome it. This is why Reiji directly references the koi thing. Or not directly, like directly calls this arc koi. Koi kokuru. That form of love. That's why it's called this. It is about Kazuya overcoming adversity. It is about Kazuya seeing and learning to open up to Chizuru now. When she has done all the opening up now. When she's the one who opened up a whole fuck ton in this arc, whereas he's the one who hasn't been opening up to her. It's Kazuya overcoming all of these things Minnie says, all of these things everyone around him says, and choosing to do this because he wants to, not because anybody else said anything else. To open up despite the fear that you might get rejected. It is a leap of faith. It is literally a leap of faith. You just have to go for it. I don't know if our view is biased because we're fans, but seeing everything that's happening in Kanokari, Reiji is doing something truly epic among romance manga. Few works can reach this level of depth, emotion, and endings tend to be one of the most beautiful things of all. He's taking the hardest path and getting out of the predictable. Yeah, I don't think Reiji is like intentionally just getting out of the predictable. He's doing it because he wants to. He's doing it because he really wants to depict love. Love is persevering even when you're faced with tragedy. That's what this chapter is about. Same here. I knew Chizuru was not going to accept Kazuya chapter 380. I already knew that Chizuru was already struggling before she gave her answer. Cover page. Beautiful girl on the moon. Another way I love you can be interpreted in Japanese. The moon looks beautiful tonight. Where is this from? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Beautiful girl on the moon. Another way I love you can be interpreted in Japanese. The moon looks beautiful tonight. What are you talking about? Can you elaborate what the heck you're referring to? In 179, something similar happens. In fact, it's the same shot, but it is never expressed with her. Yeah, They Reishi calls back to 179 multiple times in the date. How can you say any of that? Literally, how? What do you mean? How can I say what? What are you talking about? Break up, wake up call. That's why the resolution will be dramatic. He does it despite the risks. Gotta go. Good night, morning, or something on chat. Take care. He already got the worst case scenario. Now he just needs to go all out and make the most of it. I think we might see another Kazuya feature monologue in the next few chapters. Could be. The walk is also the first time they can walk with their hearts and without misunderstanding what they say or interpret the face of the other one. Yeah, because they can't look at each other. Right? When they're walking right now, they're not looking at each other. The one time Kazuya turns to her, he doesn't see her face. The one time Kazuya faces her, he doesn't see her face. Because they're not facing each other, they can be honest. Because they can't see the other person, they can be honest. Just like with texting. Yeah, they don't see each other's faces for once. Lonely battle equals overcoming your fears. I think Kazuya thinks if he told Chizuru what he really feels, she will think he is awkward and think he's breaking up with Mami gave him that idea. Sorry, yeah, I can see that. He's calmer. The date is over. The illusion of expectations has lessened, so now it's not overthinking. He can be open up. Both their masks are coming down. If they resist, that they will fight. If they resist, that they will fight. Yeah, they're gonna fight, bro. What happened to your reading? You are flubbing words so much from the few past streams. You mean when I'm like reading text? I think I'm just tired. It happens. Ugh. It also doesn't help that like when I'm reading, sometimes I'm like trying to do it correctly, but I'm also trying to like I'm not like reading it with a sense of focus. Sometimes I'm reading it just to read it. Yeah. Um yeah, this was a good stream. How long have I been streaming? Oh my god, what? No shot. How long have I been fucking streaming? 4 hours and 31 minutes. What the shit? What the shit? We've been streaming for 4 hours? What the fuck? Are you serious? I've been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. What the hell? What? I started streaming at 9 and it's 1:42. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck happens? Okay. Jesus. Okay, it's 1:42 right now. I'm gonna stop at 2 o'clock. I think that's a great spot to stop. We need daily streams for real. Pfft, you funny if you think I'm gonna stream every day. I'll never have anything for anything else. I'll never have time for anything else. I can't fucking stream every day. Like, if this was my okay, so look, if this was my full-time job, I could stream every day. If this was my full-time job, I could stream every day. I could do it for like 2 to 3 hours. It's not my full-time job. I don't get paid enough for this. So I don't have time for that. I would also need breaks. And because this isn't my full-time job, I can't take breaks. So once I start making enough money off of this that I could stream every day, then I'll do that. But I can't. I can't stream every day. I need breaks. So yeah, unfortunately not yet. If we ever get to that point, great. But if it was Twitch, I would sub easily. I feel like if I go to Twitch now, it would just kind of hurt my YouTube. So I'm just gonna stick here for now. And you know, maybe I'll figure out if I can do like a dual stream or some shit, but I don't know. I could try streaming on Twitch, see what it's like. I don't know how I would do Twitch. I would need to. Yeah, I don't know. Would streaming on Twitch be for the best? I could try. I could try streaming on Twitch briefly, but I feel like I have no audience there. I'm getting more people to subscribe here, and I'm getting people here. Simultaneous stream on YouTube and Twitch would be perfect. Yeah, it would, but I don't know how to fucking do that. I think it would be really good to do both. I think it would be really good to do both. I just don't know how to do that. I would need to research a little. To simultaneously stream, I would need to research that a little bit. So I have no idea how to simultaneously stream. That sounds crazy. You need one moderator. I know I need moderators. Who the fuck can I get to moderate? I don't know who to get to moderate. I can't fucking pay people. Will the ignorant people get confused when Chizuru and Kazuya get together? Totally. Totally. Totes, bruh. Yeah, bruh. Totally. It's because most of these people aren't paying attention, so of course it's going to be weird. And they'll be like, oh my god, it happened. So yeah, I have no idea. I don't have... I nominate Bacon for mod. I don't know. Can Lawless Bacon actually handle this shit? Because would you just ban people indiscriminately? Like, I don't know if you have like the build for this, you know? Like maybe Jaws, because Jaws is an actual moderator in on Reddit, but I don't want to ask that of them. I don't want to ask this from Jaws because they are a moderator, like an actual moderator on Reddit. I feel like it would be kind of weird, you know? You don't need to ban, you can TO for like a day. I don't know how to do that on here. So like, let me see. Hey, Lawless Bacon, I'm gonna... What is this? Put user in a timeout. Ah. I can put Lawless Bacon on a timeout. I wonder how long it can be. Put user on a timeout. I'm going to put you on a 10-second timeout, Lawless Bacon. Congrats. You got fucking banned for 10 seconds. You got banned for 10 seconds. Congrats, bro. 10-second ban. Ever since chapter 380, my love for Chizuru has grown even more. Yeah, I just need to contact some people and you'll be more easy to handle YouTube streams. Yeah, again, I don't know who I could get to do it. I do think Jaws would be perfect, but I can't demand that from Jaws because that would mean he would have to be there all the time and it would take away from his experience. Lawless Bacon, you can if you would like. I just don't know. Enjoy your time in Guantanamo Bay. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, I could put Lawless Bacon on it. He's always here. So I guess Lawless Bacon could do it. Here, I'll just make you a moderator. Fuck it. Just don't feel like you're obligated to do crazy shit. Managing moderator can manage blocked words and change chat modes in live, and also has capability as standard moderators. Standard moderators can review and remove chat mess. What's the difference between a managing moderator? So they can block words and change chat modes in live, and also has the capability of standard moderators. I think I'll just make you a standard moderator. That's easier. Can review and remove chat messages and hide or put users in timeout. There you go, Lawless Bacon. You are officially a standard moderator. Power corrupts. Oh wow, you're blue now. You're like blue now. That's cool. I could have got a reputation of being more reasonable, lol. Plus, it's too ironic to put Lawless in charge of your Twitch or you Twitch law. I think it's kind of funny, Lawless Bacon being the law. That's kind of funny. Just be moderate about it, okay? I just want you to be moderate about it. Like, don't just ban people. Don't just ban people, but like when I say ban that guy, fucking ban that guy. Okay? I do need that. Lawless, time me out for 1 minute. Jesus. Darth Vader of our stream, Lawless Bacon. If anyone else wants to do it, by all means, let me know. I can consider adding you on there. Just anyone else who's interested. But again, just be easy about it. So don't like just ban people if you see stuff. Just ban it if I like tell you to, right? Or if they say really vile shit, then it's okay. But just don't randomly ban people unless I give you the go ahead, okay? But yeah, if anyone else wants to be a moderator, sure. I have to figure out how to do Twitch. I do have a Twitch account. And I had tried streaming before. Stream. How would I stream both? Because I have YouTube connected here. Yeah, it looks like I'm going to need to research a little. My boy got promoted. Yeah. It looks like I will need to... That's a crazy fucking burp. Excuse me. Jesus. I don't think this ever happened like that. That's weird. What software are you using? OBS? Yes, I'm using OBS. Here, I'll just... The Infinity Void. The Infinity Void. I said I would be normal. I'm in out of the streams. I hear multiple streams is not good in the spot right now. How many people are getting banned for it? Wait, what? Why? Why would you get banned from multiple streaming? That's weird. I watch Maximilian Dude. He does it perfectly fine. Nothing happens. Like, I can see you being banned on YouTube for a very simple reason. What's allowed on Twitch is not allowed on YouTube. And so some people are not aware of that stuff because when you're streaming on YouTube, it's considered a YouTube video, not a live stream. This is a YouTube video. So what happens is that there are things you can do on Twitch that are a problem on YouTube, like when you read or interact with certain things. With Twitch, it's not a big deal. But with YouTube, it is a problem. So you'll get banned on YouTube for that. So I've used Twitch in the past, a long time ago, but it would also be kind of hard. I would need to like split my screen so I can see both YouTube and Twitch chat. That's gonna be hard. I'm gonna have to research this. I don't know how I can do both. I can try. I don't see why I can't try. I can totally try. Try to research on YouTube. There's multiple videos on how to do it. Yeah, I'm not surprised. There probably is. Okay. We had a lot of shit we said here. I'm gonna take a small break after this. And then I'm gonna take the time and edit some of the past streams into videos. And from there, I'll try to piece it all together so it's in a digestible format for people. I think the thing I can kind of start with is I can start with last week's stream or yesterday's stream when we read the chapter. Or was that yesterday? Today's Thursday. 2 days ago. I can start with my reaction. I'm going to make it really short. I'm going to make it just my reaction and a few of the things I say afterwards. I'm going to try to limit it to like 15 minutes. 15 minutes is going to be the length. I'm going to limit it to 15 minutes. So it's just my reaction. And then what I'll do from that is after that point, I'll start taking some of the pieces of the video of the things we discussed and piecing them together. And then make that into a big video. I also want to make a video titled "You're Wrong About Chizuru and Rent a Girlfriend." And I already have some stuff about it, but I would need to take some of the stuff from the clips that I would need to record, or not to record, to organize and place together. So this isn't something small. This will take a little bit. So I'm gonna need some time, just to get through this and organize it. I'm gonna need that time today. So I'm gonna use that time today to like get through it and organize it. I think some of the stuff we talked about here was really informative and really interesting. So it's gonna be nice to piece that all together, to get it all going. So that's gonna need a little bit to organize. Just waiting for someone to say something stupid applies to myself as well. I will ban myself. I have never been this anticipated for a new chapter in a long time. I want to have them kiss so badly. It'll be the most satisfying kiss of all time. Stupid. You can do chapter reaction on YouTube and one research video on Twitch. You can't do videos on Twitch. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. I think that my best option is dual streaming. My best option is 100% dual streaming. I need to dual wield this shit. I think picking one or the other would only hurt my current growth. So it's best to do both. That kind of rhymed. Picking one or the other will hurt my current growth, so it's best to do both. Yeah, that rhymed. Am I crazy? That rhymed. Growth, both. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you can easily watch anime on Kick, but the worst platform of these three. Oh, Kick is just where all the fucking grifters and red pills go. You go there when you don't have a career anymore. That's where you go to Kick. You go to Kick because you don't have a career anymore. That's why you go there, where you can just say all the god disgusting shit ever, the worst disgusting shit ever, and get away with it. Wait. Before we continue, I just realized something. I don't know why I didn't point it out. It is interesting that Chizuru has one shoe off and one shoe on. One shoe off, one shoe on. Wonder if there's like a meaning behind that Chizuru only has a single shoe on and then the other shoe is off. And the focus is actively on Chizuru's bare foot. On Chizuru's foot that's open and vulnerable, that's floating in the air, that can feel the wind, that can feel touch. That's the foot that's visible. That's also similar to how we were going through chapter. That's how similar how we were going to chapter 227, where Chizuru's foot is in the air. Or no, Chizuru's foot is on the ground. Sorry. Chizuru's foot here is touching the ground. Chizuru's barefoot is touching the ground. Chizuru's barefoot is in the air. So it's very intentional. It's very, very intentional that Chizuru's foot is in the air. I think that's very specifically Chizuru's barefoot is in the air. That's very intentional by Reiji. That's the focus. Things look different when my feet weren't touching the ground. Or when my bare foot wasn't touching the ground. Like it's the opposite of being grounded. It's literally floating up. It's all changing. My perspective is changing. Yeah, that's why perspective is so big here. That's why perspective is a massive theme here. That's why we talked about that. Like remember fellas when we read chapter 379? Pretty sure it's 379. Let me double check. Perspective. If you're up here, this looks different. If you're over here, this looks different. If we're standing here, these both look completely different. If you're the moon, it looks different. Every single piece of it looks different, and it mirrors them. Kazuya's perspective of Chizuru is different from Chizuru's perspective of Kazuya. They have different viewpoints of each other. So that element of perspective and illusions is important because we're so busy focusing on Chizuru, we don't realize what Kazuya is doing because we're seeing it from Kazuya's POV. We're so busy focused on Chizuru, we're not seeing what Chizuru is seeing. We're so focused on seeing Chizuru, we don't see what she's seeing. Yeah. And Reiji constantly gives us clues and hints. Reiji is the GOAT. She equals commit. She's still questioning herself. Shu is not. Shu. The shu equals commitment? Oh, you're right. Kazuya has his shoes on. Kazuya is committed. So once she removes the element of commitment, she's only partially committed, if you will. because she only has one commitment and one free foot, that freedom allows her to see things clearly. So because she suffered that injury, it allowed her to see things more clearly, to look at things from a different point of view. Because her foot is in the air, because she doesn't have anything on her foot and she can just touch and feel, she can see that she has a different POV. And that's what that represents, maybe. One shoe is on, one thing is on, one armor piece is on, one armor piece is off. Right? So one has no protection, the other does have protection. That element of no protection allows her to see things more clearly, but now because it's also lifted off the ground, because it's not touching anything, like it has a bird eye's view, if you will, she has a different perspective. Remember when Chizuru said being naked makes her feel free? It's slowly starting already. Notice how she started to be more honest with him here. Yeah. Yeah, this directly ties to what Chizuru said there. That Chizuru felt, did being naked give me a sense of freedom? And she's like, that's stupid. But it's also true to herself. Yeah, where is it? Right here. Did being naked give me a sense of freedom or something? How dumb. Here's her naked foot in the air. And she can see things, she feels more free. And that freedom allows her to gain a new sense of perspective. Question to everyone. Since when have you been reading the manga? I've been reading it since 2020. Very, very early. Like, I was on episode 4 of the anime. Kazuya will patch up the blister. Guess it's the good night Mizuhara, Chizuru, Uchiha. Wait, what will you do about the second blister? Kazuya takes off another boot. But Kazuya is carrying the weight of her doubts. Right before Paradise in 2024. Kazuya is carrying the weight of her doubts. And that's okay. What is Chizuru like specific? Where's Chizuru's shoe? Yeah, she's holding her other shoe. She has one shoe on and one shoe off. She's holding her other shoe. He's carrying, notice how he's also carrying her umbrella. He's carrying everything. He's carrying her umbrella. And that umbrella represents her armor. He's carrying that too. He's carrying everything. Kazuya is carrying the weight of her doubts, and in so doing, being able to face his own doubts. If he can carry both of them like this, why can't he be honest about what he wants? If he can carry his doubts and her doubts and all of her burdens, why can't he be honest with himself? Why can't he let it all out? And that's when he lets it all out. When he can finally carry her and touch her, he can finally let it all out. From 2020 anime release, do you think Kazuya will treat Chizuru's wound? Could be. I don't know. I started watching when season 1 dropped, then start reading after her grandma passed. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so we finally reached 2 o'clock. How long have I been streaming? Fine, I'll let it get to 5 hours, then I'll stop. 3 minutes. You got 3 more minutes with me. Oh, I remember Apple Bob. Oh, Apple Bob. That dude was so weird. That dude was so strange. He eventually stopped doing YouTube videos, I think. But he was so strange. Holy crap, Jorg, you've been at it since 2018? Yo, you are more of a legacy reader than I am. Damn, bro, you've been at it you've been at it longer than I have. Like only a year after it released. Damn, bro, you've been at it for a while. You've been through thick and thin. Bye. Yeah, I'm about to end the stream soon. Yeah, I got about a minute and 30 minutes and I'll end it. Yeah, okay. We got a lot. I feel like we got a good metaphor or a good analogy for Chizuru's shoe, which is that like it represents freedom. It represents literal freedom. Not so her shoe, so her feet being bare, but also her literally floating, literally represents freedom, like a bird flying. He back uploaded a reaction to the latest. That's so funny. He's been gone this whole time and randomly came back to upload a reaction to the latest chapter, even though I vividly recall him saying he would drop the manga after chapter 231. That's so funny. That is so funny. Whatever. I never liked his takes, to be honest. I was never a huge fan of his takes. I always just thought they were like really bare bones and meh. Wiz, I'm gonna need you to relax, bro. You're hard dooming. You hard dooming. I'm gonna need you to relax. Like, just take it easy. Everything's good. Take it easy. Everything's great. Yeah. So this represents freedom. And that freedom is letting Chizuru see everything. Her foot being bare and her foot being lifted. That's what this means. With the shoe stuff, you think it's a subtle Cinderella reference. She did say she was in a story, and Kazuya treats her like a princess. The shoe needs to fit, huh? The shoe needs to fit. But it gave her a blister in trying to fit. In trying to put the specific shoe on, it actually gave her a blister. It's almost like it wasn't her true shoe. She needs the right one. You're not being realistic, buddy. You're just kind of dooming hard. It's kind of the opposite of everything the story has said. Like, most people who say I'm being realistic oftentimes aren't. Like, there's a difference between realism and like being honest about what you want. I'm still an hour behind, but I think Mami's traumatized him at the bar. When Mami put him on blast, what made Kazuya not want to make the same mistakes. Yep, that's true. Fairy tales storyline. Is Chizuru eventually gonna let out her horniness out? Yeah, she will, for sure. Yeah. When did the hell did Reiji reference Lord of the Rings? I don't remember that. I don't remember him ever referencing Lord of the Rings. Granted, Reiji does watch a lot of films. Reiji watches a lot of films. But yes, I think it's closer to interpret this like Cinderella or like a princess. The princess being saved by the hero. Sure, she doesn't have her her fancy shoes on, and he's gonna put the shoes on. Something like that. That could be a way to interpret it as well. I can't carry your burdens, but I can carry you. No, Kazuya is like, I can carry your burdens and I can carry you. He's carrying both. Dude said, fuck it. Carrying both, bro. Committed to carrying both. Anyways. Yeah. Kazuya is carrying Chizuru. Our shadows were together and it made me feel awful. That our shadows were touching, but we weren't. All right. Hype for the next chapter. Me too. What a lucky guy. Imagine carrying Chizuru on your back. Alrighty, fellas. I'll see you later. I think that's it. We've hit the 5-hour mark. This is plenty of time. I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to get to editing. Lots to edit, lots to do, and very little time to do it. My favorite feeling. Alrighty. After looking for dumb comments, always finds me. Take care. Yeah, take care, fellas. Just take it easy. Don't focus too much on the haters. That's why I haven't been doing hate reaction videos, because I'd rather just not focus on that. I'm just going to focus on my love for this series and talking about it and going from there. You got to carry the weight. Someone from Cowboy Bebop. All right. Under the weight. Okay. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing, hitting the like button, bell icon. There's just me. Yeah, consider subscribing, hit the bell icon, hit the bell icon, hit the like button, and subscribe. Support me on Patreon if you can. It would mean a lot. And consider joining the Discord, which will also be in the description. Well, I really have to use my brain. I kind of fucking hate it. I've been Fate. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys next time. Remember, let's mosey. I'm gonna need a small break. I need a small break, and I just upload some fucking videos. See you guys later. Take care. Bye bye.